Planetfall.
Air brakes deployed. Trace activated. It's going to get rough once we hit atmosphere.
Just do your job, Callie. JD, are you...
I've got it.
Sure?
Yes, I'm sure, all right. Do we have a land site?
Callie.
Galactic North, 4413, East, 1533. That's what they gave me, if they're not lying.
They always lie.
Ah, kill that.
Somebody want to tell me what's happening?
It's fine, just let me fly, okay?
Hitting atmosphere. 3, 2, and...
Oh, God. I hate this.
15 falling.
Don't say falling. Hussam, I need power.
What do you want it?
Now!
You have it?
Brace for landing. Contact. Power down.
Flight gone down, rad shut, vectors down. Can you tell us that?
10. Disengaging servo.
Thrust off, main reactor damping down, supplementary down, default running. Confirm that, pilot.
Confirmed.
Anyone want tea, coffee, soba, chai?
So JD actually got us on the ground.
Yeah, without a download.
Outside Starnet, there's not much choice.
So, I still did it, okay, Vap brats?
Leave it. Crew to flight deck. Let's see what we have here, shall we?
On my way.
Running a diagnostic cap. You want to lift off again, don't you?
Oh, funny.
Oh, really nice.
I'm actually...
So,
Oh, sorry.
someone want to tell me what we're doing at this end of nowhere?
A parsec off Rigel. System 44... Hold on. No, 593. Ninth planet. Designation landfall. Earth normal atmospheres. Gravity 7/10 EN.
Trust an androgen.
You wouldn't if you knew.
It's an old joke, JD.
What you're doing here, if you're anything like me, is the only job you could get.
We all got history.
What is the job, other than flying a heavy lifter way out of the usual trade routes?
Oh, was that you? I thought the ship flew itself while we slept.
And saved us from putting up with your company for 7 months, Callie. Plus in my book.
Captain on the bridge knows with abandon why, I'd say.
Oh, no, once we activate the company's protocols.
Which company?
The one that hired you?
I got hired by a rat in a shiny suit at a star pit on Titan.
A bar in Terra Nova, bar girl offered me another bottle and a job that no one else wanted.
Except us.
What does that mean?
I'm guessing here. I mean, there wasn't time before we went into deep sleep to find out who was who, right? But now we know something. And we know we can all operate without downloading anything we might need from Starnet.
Oh, that's true.
Because we were all, for some reason or other, shut out of the system. So that's what we're good at. Being on our own.
Speak for yourself, Vap brat.
This isn't a get-to-know-people session. The job was strictly volunteer, and nobody needs to explain why they're here or any other damn thing they don't want to. So don't go poking where the door isn't open.
Well, here it comes. Decrypt.
Communicate. Heavy lifter wanderer out of Christchurch Yards, Callister. Your land site is approximately 2,000 meters galactic northeast of a mining plant. Coordinates 44, 26, 15. This plant, formerly the property of CalStar Mining, has been idle for 250 years when it was abandoned by the workforce. There have been no reported landings since. CalStar was recently acquired by Luminol Park Beringer in a portfolio of defunct stock. The company has reason to believe the ore extracted and left on site may be of commercial value in certain manufacturing processes it is about to incept. You are authorized to load the ore and survey the workings of the mine to ascertain future viability as an on-site facility. On completion, you will return to Callister. Mission time, excluding transit, is calculated at 10 days. Earth normal. Close.
Well, there you have it.
Picking shovel work.
Something funny in Garber.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Want to share that?
If you run far enough, you arrive back where you started.
Does that make sense to anyone?
Luminol Park Beringer?
So...
They bought Central Africa 70 years ago, cleared it for intensive farming. My people were one of the things they cleared. I spent my life fighting these bastards and now I end up working for them. So yes, that's funny.
Right, let's just get the job done. Suit up, please, Hassam, Intaba and Callie.
Yeah.
Helmets?
Atmosphere's good, and the reports we have tell us landfall is a forest planet. No animal life.
OK, but let's not take any chances. Sidearms issued, Intaba. JD, your comms aboard ship.
Why are you here, Cap?
To do the job. You getting our feed, JD?
Clear. Confirm negative life signs. Looks like a jungle out there.
That's because it is a jungle.
Rainforest. Canopy, keeping out the sun's light. UV?
Acceptable levels, but no sunbathing.
They have forests in your part of Africa, Intaba?
Just fields now. And wind farms and Stirling pumps.
We go into the trees, Cap.
Unless you're planning to fly over them.
Why didn't we land closer?
Presumably, this is as close as the ship could get.
Could have been the original landing site. Hard to tell.
We'll use the coordinates supplied.
Still showing 0 life. You getting anything?
Trees, foliage, creepers, vines. Nothing warm or cold that's not attached to the dirt.
Because it doesn't monitor, doesn't mean it's not here.
Probably does, though. We've not found any anomalies so far.
But how far have we gone? The jump gives us 1,000+ systems. We've not visited above 200 yet.
There's no leaf litter. There's always leaf litter. It gets recycled by the insects. What? No insects. So where the hell does it go?
Well, maybe the leaves don't drop. Oh!
What?
It moved. I mean, I think it moved, like it...
Oh, look at them.
Reads like snow. What is it?
Seeds, I think. Seeds.
You should get out of there
I
now.
think it's okay.
Callie, run an analysis.
I am. I can't find anything.
Oh, it tastes sweet.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, I like my nose.
Should have worn helmets. Bad decision, Hudson.
Maybe we should go back to the Wanderer.
You have anything to say about that, JD?
Nope.
OK, we go on.
Hey, Callie,
Yeah?
what's it like,
What?
being an androgen?
It's what I am, all right? I'm just me.
Nah, you're not. I mean, you were grown, you were designed, you were... What are you, Callie?
What's your problem, Hassan? All right, you're a jihadist, and I'm your own private abomination.
God never made you. I just wanted to know, that's all. I spent 10 years fighting against the idolaters who made you and your kind.
Could be why there aren't many of us left, and why most that are shipped out for the Rim. So why are you here, Hassan? You won, didn't you? The graph system is as near as damn a caliphate. 10 worlds, 100 billion believers. Wouldn't you be right at home there?
Me being here would disprove that.
Don't fall behind, you two! Keep close!
Why?
A war across 3 systems. Casualties in the billions. There has to be some very bad stuff somewhere.
But nothing the God of the Chosen One wouldn't forgive. Or maybe not. What did you do, Hassan? How bad does a bad boy have to be before he's cast out?
Just hope you never find out, Callie. Don't want to hurt you, whatever you are.
I'm not a machine, Hassan.
But you're not a human either. But I guess some of us are running away from something. Some of us are running towards something, and some of us are just running because there's nothing else to do except die.
And suicide's a sin.
She's right.
What? Who?
Hudson, we should catch up.
It's fine. I'm monitoring... Oh, hold on. A cap! In Taba! Hold up there! We've arrived!
Callie?
This must be the perimeter. I'm picking up a diagrammatic of something here, but not here.
Ghosting?
No, it's clear. But I'm picking up foundations. Some kind of barrier. A wall. About 30 meters down.
That's impossible. It could never get buried that deep in 200 years.
It's older than that. A lot older.
Like?
Off my scale.
Where does your scale end, Callie?
500,000 years.
So there was intelligent life here once.
Yeah, well, a long time ago.
Sure. I'm just wondering where it went and why.
Does it matter?
It matters to me.
Wanderer Actual, whatever Callie's picking up, the complex we're looking for should be about 200 metres in front of you, bearing 440.
Yeah, I see it. Metal. A perimeter of some sort.
I'll send you a drone.
What about Callie's lost civilization?
Leave it for the archaeologists. By the looks of things, the complex is dug in with observation and entry ports above ground. Makes sense if you're mining.
We need to think about this before we go any further.
Looks like dead metal to me.
Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way.
I'm slaving the drone to your heads up.
We have it.
Hold and hover there, JD. What's that?
Air vents and heat light exchangers?
I'm reading heavy shielding inside, so there's probably atomics.
That's how you drive it.
Something's kicking in. Servos closing. Systems running up. I get multiple heat signatures. All localized, nothing excessive.
Why did it start?
The drone. This place would be wired to read tech.
Move back.
I don't think...
Do it.
Definite action now. That place is getting hotter.
Hot enough to blow?
I think hot to go. Place is smart. No personnel, no run. Saves energy and wear.
Get into cover, JD.
I think Intaba's right. Somebody press the starter button. And there we go, the front door.
Stay where you are, everyone.
Looks like the whole operation was contained within the one complex.
A plug-in unit. You drop it from a super lifter, send down the mechs to bolt it together.
JD, put your drone in, please.
They may have shielding. Range could be limited.
Go. I'll follow up.
I'd rather let the drone go alone, Intaba.
That's what I'm here for. Trust me, Cal.
I thought the point of this crew was that no one trusts anyone in Taba.
Want a walk, Callie? You might be useful.
Callie, stay.
I could use backup.
I said stay.
You're not on the ship now, Hudson. And on the ground, you're just more meat.
I'm in charge, Intaba. They put me in charge.
Who's they? The same people who scorched everything living off the surface of my country? They aren't here.
That's correct, Captain. I checked the contracts. You command on board, off board, we all take the decisions.
I didn't know there were contracts.
It's a multi-world company. Of course there are contracts.
Let's go. Big.
Very.
Not getting anything in the air.
Air is Earth normal with a few admixtures. Not analysing yet, but the fact you're all still walking probably means they're benign.
What have you got, Intaba?
Big open space. No internal lighting. No machinery. There's a long way to go yet.
Definite power wind-up. Levels are increasing. Something's happening.
We have light.
Wow.
And we have a mining complex. Ready to roll, I'd say.
There should be plans somewhere in the ship's databanks. JD?
Already pulled them up. Not very satisfactory, I'm afraid. You want me to come in?
What the hell?
We're offline.
So?
So, we need to talk in Taba. Without JD's ears. I don't trust her.
I don't trust you. At least she's human.
She knows too much.
Oh?
About Hudson not being in charge of the ship. Diagrammatics of the plant. Contracts.
Yeah. Maybe.
Definitely.
So?
She doesn't need the job. She's got credits.
You know that?
Before we left, when we were still inside Starnet, I rode the download, looked at her accounts.
You can do that. No wonder people don't like you, Vat Brat.
She's got credits. A lot of them. She's a citizen. She's legitimate. Unlike the rest of us.
Did you read me too?
Some, yes. Most, no. You've got old battle language systems in there. Couldn't get past them.
That's why you trust me.
It's why I don't trust you in Taba.
Where did you go?
Glitch, I thought you were coming in.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the control room, shall we? I don't like big empty spaces.
That's if no one has any objections. If you don't want to put it to the vote.
Someone has to call it, Hudson. It might as well be you. Just don't think there's a crew or a captain here because there isn't.
That's how you want to play it? Fine. JD, you better come in.
On my way.
It's clear enough. Internals, externals, everything on glass.
All we have to do is load the ore.
We don't know how much there is yet, or what facilities we have here.
So what are we waiting for? Let's power it up.
If it blows us all to hell, don't blame me.
Won't be around to blame you if it does.
But don't you?
Okay?
Nothing, I just got something in my throat.
Let me look.
You don't need to.
It's my job, Hassan.
With all respect, Callie, you're not touching me.
Let me see.
Callie, you and Intaba do a recon of the plant. Take the plans JD pulled up. Give us the big picture. Find that ore.
Can't see anything. You sure you're all
I
right?
told you I'm fine.
Let's go, Callie.
Look at me, Hassan.
Who'll track you from here?
I'll check living quarters, labs, archives if they're available.
Should be.
Unless the miners took everything with them. We don't know what happened, do we? Why they left.
There's no blood on the floor. Nothing happened. It wasn't economical. They left.
You know that.
I don't know any more than you do, JD.
Maybe you know a lot less than she does.
Why should I say anything, Kelly? You aren't going to believe me anyway.
You've got that right.
Sam?
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah.
We have a problem.
No, yeah.
Give me room. In Tarbor, the meds bag there.
Got them.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
You want to die? We have an allergic reaction.
Here.
What is it? What the hell is it?
I don't know. Hold him. Hold him.
I got it.
I'm going to make an incision in the throat. In Tarbor, thermoglass, packed with yellow stripes.
God, look
Open
at
it.
him.
Hold him. Thermoglass now. In Tarbor, there's a cocoon in there. Red and black stripes, blue sea.
This.
Clear. Clear. Activated. Stabilized. I think he's stabilized. We need to find the infirmary.
What was that?
A massive allergic reaction.
That's a reaction?
What happened to him?
I have absolutely no idea.
I've got sick bay for you. 2 levels down, blue elevator.
Help me.
Is it okay to touch him?
The cocoon has a hermetic seal. Whatever's in there with him is staying in there for now.
Gods, I hope so.
Callie, you need to find out what this is.
You think?
It's not going to happen again. It isn't. No way, no way, no way. It isn't going to happen again. Get him downstairs and you... Yeah, you do that, Callie. Find out what the,
Hudson?
Cap?
Hudson, you need to get your head straight.
Okay. We're going to do what we came to do. We are. Callie, do what you can for Sam. The rest of us map and locate the ore, get it aboard and leave.
In a war, you don't walk out there when you've no idea what might be waiting for you.
We'll suit up. Helmets too, that'll seal us. We know there's no animal life outside and nothing registers in here either.
Nothing we can see.
If it's invisible, it's invisible. We'll monitor. And no one moves without a weapon. Okay? I'm not waiting for a vote here!
Okay.
Safe to come in.
Sure, I guess.
How is he?
I've got him in an isolation chamber.
No more changes.
Nothing so far. Whatever it was caused... Whatever it was isn't anymore.
It's not very scientific.
Give me time.
We don't have time.
Something happened.
Intaba and JD found the ore deposits. No more than a few thousand kilos refined from the aboriginal material. We can transport it back to the Wanderer on one of the lifters they've got here. No problems.
Except for Sam. We don't know what he's carrying. Do you want to be a million K from anywhere if his system starts to go out of control again?
Won't happen.
It might. We don't know that.
It won't, because if you haven't diagnosed whatever it is by liftoff, we go without him.
You're kidding. You are kidding. It's not your decision.
On the ship, it's my decision.
This isn't right.
It doesn't need to be right, Callie. It just needs to be done.
No.
What? We're a crew. We stick together, leave no man behind. It's really touching in a way, isn't it?
What is?
How much you want to be human. So you act like the heroes you probably stimmed when they were growing you in the vats or whatever they did in the workshops. It isn't like that, Callie. Sorry to disappoint you. All of us are here for what we can get. That goes for you too. They offered you something, didn't they? Something you'd take this kind of risk for.
citizenship. They said they could swing it for me.
And you believed them? For what you are, Callie, no way and no place in the known universe are they ever going to give a vat brat human citizenship. Androgens are meant to be smart.
What did they promise you?
We sleep here tonight. Tomorrow we load and check out the rest of the complex. Day after, we lift off.
Do you think they'll deliver?
If Hussam isn't free of contagion by then, he stays. You want to stay with him, that's your business. The rest of us have a contract to fulfill.
Do you?
If I have a shitload of something they want badly enough, they will. That's all I have to say. Get some sleep. We're going to be busy.
I don't sleep, Hudson. Sam, are you hearing me in there? What the hell's happening to you?
Callie?
Sam?
Is that Callie?
How are you feeling?
It's hot. So hot here.
No, I've got the temp controlled. You're stable, Sam.
Dry wind and red sand. And the dust dunes spinning across the dunes. Can you see them, Kelly?
See what, Sam? You're on landfall. Do you remember what happened?
Thousands of arms, hands, reaching out the sand and wet. The sand is wet with blood. Thick as oil, Kelly, can you see? Our whole planet. Everyone from the youngest child to the oldest woman. The sand, black with their blood, purified.
Sam, I'm giving you a stimulant. I need to know what happened.
We killed them all. Wrists aching from cutting so many throats.
I need you back here, Sam. Not on your crazy jihad. I need to know what happened.
Everything, Callie.
I need to know.
All one brotherhood. One people. Just as he said it would be.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I was wrong. About you, I'm so sorry. So very sorry.
Sam, tell me.
Home now. I was here. Here. Always. It's no great thing, Dad. Just another step.
Wake up, Sam. I need to know.
Callie, you eating down there or are you coming up?
Hudson told me about leaving Sam if I don't come up with answers. Do you agree?
She said something like that, yeah.
I know what she said. Do you agree?
I guess I do.
And JD?
As soon as we can go, we go.
Then I'd better stay down here and work.
I'll bring you something.
Don't bother. Only ever ate because I thought it might help me fit in. Now it doesn't seem to matter. So, Sam, what have you got to tell me?
Callie, are you there?
Where else would I be?
I think you'd better come up to the control room.
I don't need to eat breakfast.
Just do it, will you? And bring whatever you've got on Hussam.
So, as far as I'm able to access, those are the records of the original mining operation. Lasted 15 months. There was a core staff of techs to oversee the systems. Otherwise, the whole thing was self-sustaining. Then they pack up and go home, I assume. No reports on why, nothing in any of the logs.
You don't know they left?
No.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. So why am I up here and not working on Hussam?
This is the view facing east. Notice anything?
The forest?
The forest wall has moved 5 meters overnight.
Plants grow, but that's fast.
Fast and selective.
And
We sent the drone back to the Wanderer. This is what we're streaming.
where to?
5 meters closer.
So what's it doing?
Isn't that your job?
Is it sentient? Venus flytrap, that sort of thing?
And where the flies?
That's what we need to know.
I've got Hassan on my hands right now. That's a big enough question mark.
Answers there?
Nothing. I haven't gone down to the genetic level yet. I'll need to re-rig some of the tech. I need more time.
You've got 2 planetary days. Roughly 92 hours are you in.
You going ahead?
Read the contract, no delivery, no pay.
And the forest? What if it wraps itself round the ship?
Fusion engines will burn anything.
What we need from you, Callie, is something to keep us awake.
Why? Come on. Something's there. I can read that much.
Too much.
Dreams. We all had them last night.
People have them every night. It's called being human.
Not that you'd know.
And not these dreams.
No way.
Callie, you don't eat, you don't sleep, and you don't dream, do you?
Not like you. What happened?
We had the same dream.
Pretty much the same dream. And it scared the crap out of me, and I thought there was nothing left in the universe that could do that.
That's pretty much how it was.
None of us can remember what we dreamed, only that we woke up at the same moment, feeling the same...
Dread. Utter horror. Then it was gone.
We all knew we'd felt something other. But why and...
Sick bay.
Go! Maybe he's okay.
And maybe he's not. Kill the alarm.
God. What was that?
Sam,
What is it?
Callie, what's happened?
I think he just... I did see that in Taba.
If you didn't... I didn't see it too.
See what? What did you see?
I think Hassan just flowed through the air duct. This is before anything happened. He's lying still, physically normal. Vital signs track steady. But overnight, there are peaks here and here, then stable. This is when I left to come up to the control room. I'll mark it. At 0:30, there's another peak in neuron activity.
Looks like every synapse in his brain is firing at once.
That's pretty much what's happening. This is what it sounds like. It lasts until 03:20, when we get this. System overload and...
Oh,
Looks
my
like one of those,
God.
where
That
they
isn't happening.
speed up something rotting on head games.
Not rotting, changing. Metamorphosis at extreme speed. I'd been in the control room roughly 20 minutes by then, and in the 50 seconds it took to get down here...
What was that?
Sam,
What is it?
Callie, what's happened?
that's all.
Well, we don't have to worry about getting Hassan home anymore.
Callie, do you have any idea what happened?
No.
Is there any chance you might?
If it was me, and it is me, I wouldn't even try to find out. I'd get off this planet as fast as, excuse my use of the term, humanly possible. And I wouldn't breathe once I was outside.
The rest of us are okay. If we don't go near the forest, suit up, stay armed, burn anything that moves... If we go non-stop, all 4 of us, we can load the ore. There's not more than a few thousand kilos. We'll upload a spider into the archives to gather everything of relevance I might have missed, and we can be out and on the ship by 50 hours EN at the latest.
I say we leave now.
There's a lot riding on this car.
And that is going to be so useful to her Sam. I bet he can't wait to be collecting that bonus. He can buy himself a big pot to root in.
I'm not going back without the ore. That's what we signed on for. That's what I'm bringing home.
You people are completely insane.
You got a vote?
Leave. Now.
Stay.
Stay.
We stay. Should we get to it?
Then I'm staying here and I'm going to find out what happened to her Sam.
It'll slow us down.
And it might save your life.
We're fine.
You're human. So was her Sam. Now he's a vegetable.
Callie's right.
And I want a sample of the ore. Micrograms. I don't want to cut anyone's bonus.
We can do that.
So do it. Please.
Stand clear. 200 years. And she runs smooth.
JD?
I'm with the ore containers. I'm in the containment tunnel about 3k west of you. There's a lifter here. We're gonna need it to get this stuff to the ship, if it's still working.
We're on our way.
Hudson, get on board. This is important to you, huh?
To us all.
Come on.
Watch where you're going.
I'm here because they offered me enough money to finance a couple of ops I had in mind. I sort of like the idea that people who are paying me are the people I intend to take down.
You think you can take the company down?
No. But I can go back to Africa and maybe hurt them. It's something.
It's nothing. These people own planets.
I'm not responsible for them, Hudson. Just for me. Why are you here?
We're here to get the ore. You know that.
They offered you your ticket. They said they'd wipe the records and get your license back, right?
None of your damn business.
Hell, it isn't. You're the captain. I'd like to know if you can get us home.
We got here.
What happened, Hudson?
None of your damn business. Now the hell did you know?
Yeah. How did you know?
Don't know. I did, I guess. That's all.
Well, now you do know. You can forget it.
Hudson, in Tarbert, where are you? Are you getting my signal?
Loud and clear, Jay.
Okay, Hassan. Where are you? Come on. Show me. Show me.
I bought chai. We find it freeze-dried in one of the storerooms.
I don't drink it. I don't drink anything.
So pretend to drink it.
Okay.
Mind if I...
Nope.
You don't like me?
I don't like many people. Does that matter?
No, just wanted to be sure, that's all. It's useful to know where you stand.
If you do.
Does that mean something, or is it an androgen thing?
What do you want, JD?
What you know. About Hussam? About this planet?
About you?
Leave me out of it.
For a start, Hudson. What did she do? Come on, JD. You don't like me any more than I like you. But don't take me for stupid. Why is she here?
Red dust. On the Titan run to the outer moons of Neptune. She'd been using for a few years. Thought she got it stabilised. She hadn't. Ship impacted on debris that shouldn't have been where it was, but should have been picked up by an alert crew with an alert captain. She wasn't. Ship ripped open, 2,000 passengers instantly freeze-dried. Normal safety procedures ensured crew survival. First officer killed herself during the inquiry.
Hudson walked.
Transit co finessed the verdict. Didn't want to pay compensation for corporate killing. The family's got a few thousand credits. Hudson lost her ticket, but it was down to unavoidable accident rather than culpable homicide. She'd do anything in this universe to get back on the flight deck.
And you gave her the chance?
The company did.
Luminor Park Beringer. Which, here on the ground, means you.
My job is to ensure the ore gets delivered to the yards.
And the reason they want it?
Above my pay grade.
You sure?
All I know is the 3,000 kilos we're loading tomorrow morning is worth a bonus that'll mean Hudson gets a ticket back, Intaba gets to stage his pointless rebellion, and I don't have to work for the rest of my life.
So not a lot then?
What?
The rest of your life, JD. It's not looking like too good a deal right now.
You'd better say what you have to say.
This isn't news to you, is it?
That's not true.
That something is happening here isn't news to you? Not what? They wouldn't have told you that.
Why?
Because you wouldn't be here if you knew.
I had a watching brief. Make sure a crew of deadbeats, killers, vat brats and addicts got the job done. That's reasonable, isn't it? A crew like you people, you'd want someone in charge.
A crew like this, which is utterly expendable.
Okay, Callie. We're coming down. Or do you want to come up?
Down here's better, Intaba.
They were listening.
I can show you what I need to.
You set me up.
On our way.
Just cut into the chase, JD. Like all the best stims, I watched a lot when they were growing me. When we were landing, you said, they always lie. And they do. Only for some dumb reason you didn't think they'd lie to you. Why is that?
Look, all I said was...
Look, here's something else I learned from those stims I used to watch. Any sentence that begins with look is also a lie.
I bought coffee for those who want coffee. I bought this for those who want this. Time to talk straight, I think.
That goes for you as well, Callie. Too many secrets.
We don't have time for this.
Is that right?
Look, we're not on our own.
What exactly does that mean?
Nobody didn't have you pegged as some kind of company Jill, JD. I reckoned as long as you stayed around, we'd all get back, because they wouldn't lie to you.
That's the way I figured it too. We do the job, make our rendezvous...
Rendezvous?
What? Yeah, I know, I was going to tell you about it.
When?
When it was necessary. About 2 million Ks off planet. Company ship. Big one. Costa Guana. It's waiting there for us whenever we lift off. Take the Wanderer inboard, get us back to Central. Believe me, that's what I know, and that's what's going to happen.
Well, I hate to tell you, but that's not the programme anymore. Probably never was. Only we wouldn't have figured it without Hussam. They never expected that. Don't suppose Hussam did either.
Hussam?
You want to know where he went? Here. Here. Here.
He's out there somewhere.
He's out there everywhere. Only it's not him anymore.
I'm going to shoot somebody soon. I don't have problems with vat brats, Callie. But God help me, I'll start with you.
I've always sort of liked you too, Intaba. I'll miss you.
Well, I won't. I never do. I'm good at this.
How are your genetics? 3 consecutive bases called codons, matched to specific amino acids, which in turn form chains to create proteins. So when a gene is transcribed into a protein, the codon is what does the job. The system is incredibly efficient, the best possible tool, and so far, we found it working everywhere we found life, terrestrial or ET.
Natural selection, genetic inheritance.
The vertical evolutionary process that makes us what we are evolved from a primitive open code in which genetic innovations were able to flow laterally between very simple organisms. That developed over millions of years into a genetic code that was vertical and closed. This planet, because of certain properties contained within the submolecular chemistry of the ore we're loading, has never gone beyond lateral evolution of characteristics. In fact, on landfall, that process has reached an unbelievable level of sophistication. It's very fast, very efficient, and very, very smart. Those plants out there have absorbed everything else living on or under the surface of this planet.
And the company wants this ore as some kind of tool to... What?
Unwind the gene fix. Literally sculpt and combine anything living, mammal, insect, vegetable, virus, microbe, you name it, into whatever form or function they wish. You could call it the key to all life. Somewhere in the archives of this facility, which are still missing, there'll be an account of what happened to the original miners. I assume, like Hussam, but far more gradually, they were absorbed into the forest.
The remains out there. You think whoever built them got absorbed too?
I don't know.
And Sam?
You can work it out. He swallowed seeds. The DNA migrated laterally into his system, and the process of absorption became vastly accelerated.
I don't understand.
The plants absorbed him, JD. He's as much a part of them now as your breakfast is part of you.
This process...
That's begun in all of you. Intaba, how did you know what Hudson wanted out of this job? Your mind is already melding in some way with hers.
I'm not going to turn into a goddamn vegetable.
It's crap. It's totally... Don't you see? The vat brat is trying to
Trying to what? Did they tell you there's a cure? Did they even tell you there was a disease?
They can help us. They wouldn't send me. They wouldn't. He couldn't.
Who sent you, JD?
My father. He's a non-executive director on the main board of Luminol. I mean, I don't know him, really. He's got hundreds of children, but when I left the hive, there was a place for me. He promised he'd look after me.
So we're going to die?
No, worse than that. We're going to change into something else. God help us.
We'll still be dead.
There must be things they can do.
Callie?
Don't ask the vat brat. It's not human. What does it care about us? Are you even in this, Callie? Is it in you?
Not yet. Perhaps never. Too much ceramic and silicon.
Then what kind of say do you have?
She's got a point. You're not human.
Callie?
It may be irreversible. I can't tell. Not with the instruments I have here. If you want an opinion...
No.
Go on.
It could go either way. There's probably a point of singularity in the process. If we could have intervened more effectively, earlier with Hassan, we might have saved him.
So there's a chance?
We'd know better if we had the archives.
No records. They've been sequestered by Luminol.
That would make sense.
We need to get the ore, get to the ship, and get the hell off this planet now.
Sounds good to me. Intaba?
Let's go.
Wait! Have you seen what's outside? Look. It's not snow. It's seeds. The same seeds that Hassan ate. The same seeds that ate Hassan.
We'll use masks.
Have you all gone crazy?
I'll say it again. We don't have time for this.
You don't have time to consider what it might mean, giving this chemistry to Luminol. Have you any idea how powerful that would make them? They'd be the creator all over again.
This could mean our lives, Callie.
Is that so brilliant? A dust addict who killed 2,000 people?
Stop.
Is it that good being Hudson?
It's better than not being anybody. I want my chance. I've been waiting 20 years.
Intaba, these are the fine people who turned your continent into a factory farm. That's why you're here, right? To go back and start a revolution, yeah?
I have to be there, Callie, to start it.
But this way...
My hand on the trigger. I want to see them go down before me. I want my chance.
I can't be everyone's conscience, can I? I'm not even human, as you all keep reminding me. How come I'm the only one?
They didn't give us this job because we're moral philosophers. We're just trying to get back home and make it right for us. That's all.
No way am I being part of this.
Oh, excuse me.
We need to find...
Intaba, do you mind if I borrow this? Callie, you in there? Callie? You in there? Now listen to me. You're back. You want to stay back, then you cut this moralizing crap and sign on, okay? Or we cut out your higher functions and patch the rest into the ship systems. It'll get us to the rendezvous, it'll get you nothing. Yes or no?
You killed me.
Not legally, Callie.
I felt...
You don't feel.
You have no idea what I feel.
Well, you can feel thankful to Intaba. He's the one made us turn you back on. I'd have stuck with the plug-in. More efficient, less mouthy.
You really don't like me, do you?
The thing is, and it's not your fault, but most human beings find something deeply unpleasant about what you are. The gristle in the machine. You're wrong, Callie, as wrong as a thing can be. And now we've got that out the way.
Hell, Callie, I love the way you annoy people. But listen, anything we do isn't going to make a difference in the end if there's no one to tell the people what these bastards are trying to pull. And the only way that we get a shot at that is to lift off this world now and use the ore as a bargaining chip to get our pay and get clear. So I guess what I'm saying is, take a chance with us. Because it's the only chance you've got left. Lift is ready to roll.
Go. Callie.
Opening bay doors.
Is the forest wall closer?
Closer than when?
Last time I looked.
Initiating trace.
Got it. God. It's dark in there.
It's grown over.
We have snip guns.
Just get us to the ship.
I'm trying. It's not a multi-way in here. I'm going to cut us a path through.
What was that? Someone?
Oh, God, it hurts. It hurts.
Man, that went deep.
What happened?
Something happened.
Hudson, are you okay?
I don't know. I'm not feeling anything. JD, I'm not feeling anything.
When I turned the snip gun on, I think...
You were going to cut our way through to the ship.
Did we make it? Did we?
Where the hell are we? Why is it dark?
Is it dark?
Open your eyes.
Callie? Where?
Open your eyes, all of you. You're in sickbay.
It's not clear. I can't see.
What have you done to us, Callie?
What's wrong with the light in here?
What's wrong with us?
How long, Callie? How long?
63 hours, Ian.
That long? You just sat and watched us.
Gods, the rendezvous.
You were never going to make it.
Why can't I see clearly?
You're in cocoons, all of you. Sealed from the atmosphere.
What are you talking about?
Look, it'll be all right. I'll work something out, don't worry. I'll make it all right for you.
What happened out there? Tell me.
After the crash, it took a while before my system came back on. You were all breathing the seeds.
We're not going home.
You're changing, like Hassam, but slower, less violent. I got you back here and stabilised. I'm working on it. I've irradiated the seed pods you ingested and triggered faster growth, then digitalised the bleed out. It's a serum. It's like an inoculation. Listen, the harmonics. I've isolated them.
Why?
Because I don't want to be alone. It's all music, don't you see? That's how the planet works. A huge harmonic that somehow becomes... Intaba?
I think you're too late.
What?
It's different. I feel... better.
Can you keep us stabilised, Callie?
I can try.
Another 30 hours should do it.
Do what, JD?
The rendezvous. The company ship. They were to wait 10 hours, and if there was no signal, come in and pick us up.
You knew all the time. If we didn't make it, they'd be coming.
With guns, Callie. It's an armed freighter. Company police. They'll get the ore. They'll help us. Everything's going to be... yes. All right.
Don't you worry. Everything is...
Intaba?
Callie? You still there?
They'll be coming for us.
You think they'll take you? They'll take one look at you and grab the ore and leave. Even if they could help you, they won't. They never intended to.
I trusted my father. I thought it meant something.
I wouldn't know.
How can you trust something you're not a part of?
What do they know? They're all so separate and alone.
And we're not anymore. You were right, Callie. It is all music in the end. But your little tune won't make any difference now.
I can try the serum. At least let me try.
Too late.
It's happening
Too fast.
faster than it
Has ever happened.
Before. It's something.
to do with the sun.
Being part of it, of us. The process.
A cumulative
One. It's all one.
Regrowth.
new world.
You have to hold on. I can do something.
Of course you.
Can't process
All of us.
Wait, stop. Give me a moment.
all the time.
In the world, Kelly.
This world.
Are you still there?
Part of me.
Part of
Us. Yes, we are.
everything but
Not for long, Callie.
Of course. Something else.
what we dreamed of.
Being part of
Us.
Wait.
what are you,
Kelly.
Poor Callie.
All alone.
What are you?
Everything living.
It is lateral evolution?
Once. Many ages. Different races.
Different.
Those from before. All one now. Lost. Found. Everything. Nothing. Forest. Forest harmonies. The harmonies of life ever.
Stay with me. Please. They'll be coming back. Luminal. They want the ore and what it can do. Come in with guns. I need you here. Look at you. I don't want them to come. Because sooner or later they'll work it out. And they'll find a way to use it. And they'll crap everything up. They always do. What about me? I don't live and die, and I don't dream. Give me something. Give me something, please. Help me. I'm not human. I'm not even alive.
This is armed freighter Costa Guana calling landing party.
God.
Repeat. This is armed freighter Costa Guana calling landing party. Do you receive? Do you receive? We are incoming.
I don't know.
Homing on your ship's beacon. Repeat. We are incoming.
What do I do?
TA 12 hours EN.
Leave them a message?
Landing
It would
party,
be better if you
please
didn't
respond.
take the ore.
Do you receive? Please respond. Landing party, respond. This is armed freighter Costa Guana. Incoming.
Use the serum. What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll be a part of something at last. Even if it isn't me anymore. What? What?
Lost.
Always.
Without you.
Me? Who am I?
You are different.
Who are we?
A million separate seeds until
Gave us consciousness.
We are...
we are landfall.
Armed freighter Costa Guana calling landing party. Do you receive? Do you receive? We are homing on your ship's beacon. ETA 23 minutes EN. Landing party, please respond. Do you receive?
Armored freighter Costa Guana. Do not attempt to land. Do not attempt to launch drones. Force will be met with force.
Landing party, we are receiving you. We have medical aid. Repeat, medical aid. We are coming for you. Your problems are over. You are going home.
Armored freighter Dr. Guana. This planet is now closed to you. Leave immediately.
Armed freighter Costa Guana. Who are we talking to? Identify yourself. Repeat. Identify yourself.
This is your final warning. Leave now.
Armed freighter Costa Guana entering Atlas.
This is landfall. Setting on core frequencies. This planet and its surrounding space is now closed to all life forms. We have been born, and we have a lot of thinking to do. When we are ready, we shall communicate again.
In Landfall by Mike Walker. Callie was played by Nicola Miles Wildin. In Taba by Cyril Inri. Hudson Claire Perkins. J.D. Alex Tregear. And Hussam by Adil Akhtar. The director was Mark Beebe.
How are we doing for time?
The flight leaves in an hour, sir.
Cutting it fine, as always. Well, do your best.
Sir? Dr. Philip Raven there, the permanent representative of the United Kingdom to the United Nations. Clearly a very focused and very driven man during this uncertain time. The emergency session of the UN Security Council, due to take place tomorrow in New York, is expected to be a divisive and potentially incendiary meeting.
Cut.
Divisive and incendiary. What isn't these days?
This is the final call for flight number HG1933 to 1635 to John F. Kennedy International Airport. Will all passengers please proceed immediately to gate 49?
Right. I'm coming.
Hello, I think you're in my seat.
Really?
It doesn't matter. I booked the window, but I never look out of it. Everything looks so small and insignificant when you're far away, doesn't it?
I'm happy to move.
Nonsense. You stay where you are. I'll take your seat. Do much flying?
A fair bit.
Me too. I think I've spent most of my life in the air.
That's the only way I get a decent night's sleep. I'm always rushing from one meeting to another. At least while I'm sat here, they can't make me run around.
Well, don't let me disturb you. Grab a nap while you can.
I wish. I've so much reading to do, I won't have time.
Well, either way, I won't interrupt.
You're very kind. I'm sorry to be rude.
Not rude in the least. Just pretend I'm not here.
Oh.
You fell asleep after all?
Yes. Yes, I did.
You needed it.
Maybe. Work's been... well, it's been a hectic time.
I know, Philip. I quite understand.
I mean, it's, Did you just call me Philip?
It's your name.
Well, yes. But I don't remember mentioning it.
You didn't. But I came here specifically to meet you, so it's hardly surprising I know it.
Meet me?
Yes. We have a lot to talk about. Come on, sooner started.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. How do you know my name?
Because Dr. Philip Raven, permanent representative of the United Kingdom to the United Nations, you are the man our systems predict as having the best chance to save the future.
Save the... Oh, never mind.
What is that irritating noise?
I'm calling for a steward.
Oh, there's no point. Look around. There's nobody else here.
Don't be absurd. What do you mean there's nobody else? Oh.
Come on, we've places to be.
But this isn't possible. The plane was busy. Did we land? Why didn't you tell me we'd landed?
We didn't.
Of course we did. They don't just throw passengers out of the windows.
We haven't got time for all this.
Hello? Anybody? There's nobody here.
I told you that.
And wait a minute. I can hear the engines. We're still flying.
Not as such.
No, we are. You can tell we're still in the air.
We're wherever I want us to be.
What are you doing? Well, you can't open the door when the plane's in flight.
I can do whatever I deem necessary. You'll learn that soon enough.
No! Ow! No!
Coming?
Wait, what?
Come on!
Well, this is absurd. I must be dreaming. Yes, that's probably it. I'm still asleep.
Of course you are. Doesn't mean you can just stay there, though. Come on! Welcome to Danzig.
Danzig? Well, there's no such place. Not anymore. It's called Gdansk.
Not at the moment, it's not. This is 1940.
1940? Oh, boy. Well, my subconscious is having a field day. Fine. I get it. I'm dreaming of war. It's hardly surprising, I suppose. My nerves are showing.
When I said you were dreaming, I was being reductive. It's more complicated than that.
Well, I just walked from my plane into 1940, so I'm fairly confident this isn't real.
It's real enough. What time is it? We need to move. We've 4 minutes to get to the other platform.
And for a city in the throes of war, I don't think I'm getting this right. It all seems a bit normal. I mean, there's a few soldiers here and there. The uniforms are wrong, though.
You're not doing anything.
Of course I am. It's my dream.
Not even remotely. Now, stand there. The train's coming.
It's Nazi insignias now I look at them. But the design of the uniform's a bit off.
Don't draw their attention.
It's a dream. What could happen?
They could kill you.
In a dream?
You're obsessing on the dream part of this. It's going to make life very difficult. We're traveling via psychic projection, which is considerably more proactive than just dreaming. Just shut up for a minute and watch what I'm trying to show you.
Why am I dreaming a really pushy woman? I must have issues.
Shut up. Look. The window of that carriage.
What on earth is he doing?
He's trying to fix his dental plate. It's come unstuck.
Oh. He looked like he was pulling a funny face.
Look at that Polish pig.
You're not the only one to think so.
He should be taught some respect. Yeah, come on.
They're speaking English.
Do you speak German?
But very little. I'm trying to learn.
Then that's why. Your subconscious is translating. We need you to understand this. Come on.
What are you doing? Let go. That hurts. Why does that hurt if I'm only dreaming?
Come on!
This is ridiculous.
Yes, it is. That's history for you.
He was adjusting his dental plate. He was pulling faces, mocking us.
Move back a little.
Why?
And stay out! How dare they? Come on, let's just go.
They learn. One day soon, they will learn. What are you looking at?
Nothing. Nice.
They're just raw, young, insecure, and covering it up with patriotism. Look into the carriage, but do it quickly.
Well, they're all calming down. That poor man still can't sort his dental plate out, though.
No. Take 3 steps to your right. Now!
Why? What's happened?
Oh my God, no!
He's been shot! I don't believe it! Was it the soldier on the platform?
Our Polish friend will no longer be troubled by his dental plate. In fact, he'll no longer be troubled by anything. Get down on the floor.
Does everyone have a gun, for goodness sake?
They have become somewhat ubiquitous. The driver saw what was happening and pulled away. The fighting on the platform will continue for a little while, escalating, as fights usually do.
But this is stupid.
History doesn't care what it looks like in hindsight. One of the most significant moments of the century, triggered by a silly misunderstanding over a dental plate.
Significant moments?
That was war breaking out. A ridiculous, pointless, childish incident. The spark that lights the fire.
What? If it's 1940, Europe is already at war. And it certainly wasn't started thanks to some gun-happy nonsense on a train. What am I worrying about? I'm arguing with my own subconscious. Hopefully, a steward will wake me up in a minute and I can have a nice gin and tonic to wash this stupid dream away.
I keep telling you, this isn't a dream. You're going to have to accept it sooner or later. It's important.
Important? It's a symptom of too many late nights. That's what it is. It's weeks of stress, meetings, and the impossible weight of the conference tomorrow. And just when I thought I could do with a really nice dream about something ridiculous, I get stuck with this.
Have you ever argued in a dream before?
What? I don't know. Probably.
What about this?
Ow! That hurt!
Ever really felt pain in a dream before? Proper physical pain, not just the idea of it, distant but aware. Actual pain. Hot, stinging, glowing pain.
Stop it!
I'll stop it when you accept what I'm showing you.
But how can I? You say this is real, but it clearly isn't because the Second World War didn't break out in 1940 over a stupid argument on a train. Nor did normal people wander around armed to the teeth. It's all just...
an alternative.
What?
Reality is a matter of dominance. For every moment in existence, there are choices. Each of those choices leads to a different outcome. This is your past as it might have been. A different, albeit recognizable world. The world is even more fractured, poor and angry than it was in your timeline. In the US, Roosevelt failed to implement the New Deal. In Germany, while Hitler rose to power, he couldn't repair the economy, so the country remained on the back foot. Tensions with Poland continued. Tensions that just came to the boil. Follow me.
I just need to wake up. That's what I need to do.
Metaphorically speaking, you're quite right. Now come on!
Well, I suppose if I'm stuck here, I may as well keep going. Where are we now?
Berlin. Here, put this on.
A gas mask? Where did you conjure that up from?
My head. An advantage of psychic projection. Look! Now put it on.
But if this
For once, don't argue. Quickly! Stand here. Close to me.
Why?
Because then the bombs and debris won't hit you.
Bombs? Horrible! Just horrible!
It's war. In the conflict in your timeline, gas was never used. Stockpiled, yes, but never implemented. Here it's the main weapon. Gallon after gallon of it, dropped all over Europe.
What are they doing?
Strange, isn't it? A side effect of the gas. It seems to make them want to group together. Wherever the bombs strike, they leave stacks of people piled on top of one another. Holding, embracing. Maybe they just don't want to die alone.
Stop it! I can't bear it anymore! Stop it! I want to wake up!
Idiot!
No more!
Get in!
I can't steal a car!
We're not stealing it, just using it as a link.
It's horrible! Horrible!
Move out the way!
I don't want to see anymore!
How many times? It isn't a dream. You could have died.
I don't understand any of this. None of it makes sense.
Just go with it. Learn, observe.
The city vanishes. We climb through a car into an open field, and she says just go with it.
The doors are a link. A psychological trick, a threshold to cross to help the brain switch from one location to another.
Going mad? Is that it? Hallucinating?
Listen, you're not a stupid man. You can't wake up. You can't leave. So why not simply accept what you see for now? It's not as if you can do anything else, is it?
True.
And if you really want to know what it's like to go mad, why not ask our friend over there?
Hans, gone. Yes. Friedrich gone. Boom. Friedrich flying. Friedrich like rain, soaking your upturned face. Hungry. How long since breakfast? Oh, 2 days ago. Time for lunch. No rations. No bullets. No hands. It's just skin and bones.
Not much to eat out here.
Time for lunch. Good enough for cows. Good enough for Bruno. Oh, for goodness sake. No, don't eat the grass. You'll make yourself sick. Do you have something else? Anything else? Well, no. Then I take the risk. Civilians?
Yes.
Good. I don't feel very well, and I'd rather not have to fight you. Still, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Then you'd kill me, and at least I could have a nice lie down. Maybe I'll have a nice lie down anyway. Yes, probably best. Have you seen Hans? No. We haven't seen anybody. Where's my notebook? Here. Oh, yes, I remember. Of course you haven't seen him. He's dead. Dysentery. What are your names?
Jane.
Philip. No good. I think I've lost my pencil. I'll just pretend to write them down. I don't suppose you know if the war is over, do you?
No, not yet.
It's a shame. Yes, a great shame. I'm very tired, you see, and I'd like to go home. I think my wife is probably missing me. I'm sure she is. Yes. Back to Berlin. Back to Ebba. I do hope she's not dead. That would make me very sad. Yes. Very sad.
Come on. I didn't mean to come here. I was just getting you away from the gas.
We can't just leave him here.
He can't follow where we're going.
Well, does he die?
He's already dead, from my perspective. That's how history works. It's full of corpses.
I mean, does he die now?
Who knows? I can't keep track of everyone. I'm glad you're starting to take this seriously, though.
Well, it's like you said. I may as well go along with it, hadn't I?
Yes, you might as well.
So this version of the war, who wins?
Wins? In war? Nobody. Not really. It limps on for nearly 10 years. Germany and Poland clashing together with their allies joining the fray. Outside Europe, America takes on Japan, neither side achieving much but death after death after death. The UK remains ostensibly neutral, but the war cripples it anyway. Its economy, already weak, becomes untenable during the years of conflict. Foreign debts remain unpaid. Imports and exports peter out to nothing. The cuts bleed her dry. A conference is held in London. Talks to try and bring the war to an end. They drag on for the best part of a year, and then fighting resumes. Finally, Beneš, the president of Czechoslovakia, manages to stop the fighting.
How?
He invents a phrase. Suspension of hostilities. Nobody would agree a treaty, so a simple principle came into play. Everyone downs weapons, keeps the land they've gained thus far, and waits for a conference to be set up so that things can be ratified legally.
So they did talk it through in the end?
The conference never happens. After the war comes something far, far more destructive. I'll show you. Walk through that door.
What door? We're in the middle of the countryside. Unless you're able to make one appear out of thin air, there's no... Oh, fine. You are able to make doors appear out of thin air. Of course you are.
It was that or walk for miles. In you go.
London Zoo?
Primitive, isn't it?
Yes. I suppose it is. I used to like coming here as a kid. We didn't get out much. Dad was in the forces, so we had to wait until he was on leave.
Didn't your mother take you out?
No.
Well, you won't see many people having fun here anymore.
What's wrong with him? Shouldn't we help?
He's beyond it.
Well, he's collapsed.
Ignore him.
We can't just leave him.
He's dead. And you shouldn't get too close. I told you, all of this is real enough. Everything we experience through perception. So if you're hurt here, your brain will accept that and you'll feel the effect of it.
If I imagine I'm choking on gas, I'll choke for real.
In the simplest terms, yes. This is what comes after the fighting. This is the real war. One that humanity just can't win. The raid of the germs. Great chunks of the world's population are weakened. Poverty has brought public services low. Sanitation is a joke. The germs find a world ripe for them to flourish. First, an outbreak of cholera in the UK, then waves of influenza worldwide, followed by bubonic plague.
Bubonic plague? It's like the world's going back to the Dark Ages.
In many ways it is. With each new outbreak, the world becomes weaker. Sanitation becomes poorer. A downward spiral. Finally...
What's happening? That man back there. The keeper.
He's doing what he's told. He's killing his animals.
But why?
Macular fever. The final wave of the raid of the germs.
I've never heard of it.
And few had. It was previously only seen in captive baboons.
So they're killing animals to limit the spread of the disease?
That's the idea. Though it's far too late.
We're closed. You shouldn't be here. It's not safe. They were infected.
We saw.
Then what are you doing loitering around, eh? Don't think I won't use this on you. I've killed already today. Killed animals that I loved. I don't know you two from Adam. There'll be no skin off my nose.
It's fine. We're leaving now.
I'm sorry. For what you're having to do, I mean.
You and me both, Sunshine. You and me both. I'm sorry, old love. I really am. It's so beautiful.
Why are you showing me this?
Explanations can wait. I need to know you're ready. This way.
The reptile house.
A threshold.
Where are we now?
St. Peter's Church Tower, Tiverton. Play along with everything I say. Good evening!
Oh, dear God, woman, you scared the life out of me. Where do you come from?
Where do you think? Up the stairs. She didn't fly here.
I'm from the council, just checking how things are progressing.
Oh, council, is it? Don't trust us to do our jobs?
It's not like that. You know how it is. Everybody's panicking, so we get sent over to waste your time and ours. It's not personal.
Don't worry about it, we understand.
Hey, you speak for yourself.
Oh, stop picking fights and keep an eye on the north.
I know what I'm... Hey, wait. Someone's coming.
Is any sign of infection?
You're too far away to tell.
Well, they're walking all right. Look healthy enough.
Why take the risk?
Wait! Give them a chance.
If they were clean, they wouldn't be wandering around out there, would they?
What are they doing?
Guarding the town from the infected. Shh.
Here, give me them binoculars. Yeah, definitely infected. Pale, sweating.
It's a warm night.
I'm not taking a chance. Any closer, and it'll be more work for the cleanup crews. I only winged him. Hang on.
This is murder.
This is kindness, pal. You've seen what it's like to die of a fever? There we go, job done. Tell the council we're on top of it.
I will.
So, anyway, you were telling me about Doris. Go on.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, you know she's still angry at me, isn't she? Because I went round to Maureen's house.
Yeah, he's sly bugger.
Come on, let's get out of here.
fine.
Hey, well, like that, right? I was just fixing locks on her front door. Well, you know how nervous she is, isn't he?
She got it right to be nervous with boys like you around, eh?
Well...
It's hot.
Sao Paulo, Brazil. Night of the 15th of August, 1956.
Well, naturally, I can't wait to see whatever new act of barbarism and misery you're desperate to show me.
I take no pleasure in this.
Fine. Well, let's leave it then, shall we? I'm certainly happy to call it quits.
I'm afraid not. We've barely grazed the surface of this history.
Oh, good. So what happens in Brazil? More innocents dying of the plague? Being picked off by their fellow countrymen?
The diseases are still rife, though they're close to burning themselves out. A few harsh winters here and there, a few successful vaccination programs. By the end of next year, maculated fever will have run its course.
Killing how many?
Half the population.
Half the population? Of the entire world?
Yes. And bear in mind that's a skewed figure. Some more isolated cultures, distant tribes, northern territories, they weather it better than the rest. The death toll in the so-called developed world is much higher than 50%. And it's not just the diseases. There's the rioting, natural disasters, industrial accidents, what little industry there is left. Society is crumbling into barbarism. New complications and dangers rising every day. And of course, mankind is not the only resident on this planet. Stay absolutely still.
They're only pigs by the sound of it. It's hard to see in this light. Don't they have street lights in Brazil?
Yes, but not the power to operate them. Not right now. And they're not pigs. They're wild boar.
Oh. They're quite dangerous, aren't they?
If their habitat is threatened, or if it's the rutting season, or they're starving, they can smell us. We need to move.
Can't we just leave?
We could, but not yet. Run! Fire escape. See it?
Yes!
We'll have to jump for it.
It looks lopsided. Are you sure it'll hold?
Only one way to find out.
I can't pull myself up.
You're even more unfit than me. Come here.
Ow!
Okay, let me see. Oh, it barely nipped you.
It's bleeding!
A bit. We'll get it cleaned up in a minute. You're lucky it didn't have your foot off.
Lucky? It would have been your fault if it had. Why didn't we just leave?
I live a very sedentary life. I fancy to run.
Well, then go for a jog in a park. And don't drag me with you.
You're right. It was thoughtless. Sorry. We should go. I don't want that wound getting infected.
It's a bit late to worry about that now. This thing's just waiting to collapse.
So move quickly. Get to the door. Quickly. Jump. Lean on me.
You sure that water's clean?
Clean enough. It's for the animals.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine then.
It is. They don't want to poison the livestock.
Yes. Kensington Gardens has let itself go a bit, I must say.
Agricultural land is more valuable than parkland. Hyde Park's the same. In a few days' time, there'll be a riot just over there between cow keepers and potato growers as they battle it out for ownership.
That's just ridiculous.
300 people die in the riot.
As if the death toll weren't already high enough. Careful.
Just making sure the wound's clean. I found this to dress it with.
Someone's shirt? How do we know that's not infected?
I stole it from a washing line. It'll be fine.
My dream foot, bitten by a dream boar, washed by dream water and bound in a dream shirt.
Starting to accept all this?
Starting to give up on questioning it. That's not quite the same thing.
It'll do.
At least you've brought us somewhere peaceful for now.
The late 50s usher in a period of new feudalism. People live in isolated communities, for the most part self-governed. The infrastructure of power is still there in essence, but there isn't the strength of authority to implement it. There are a few cars or lorries. The rail network grows weeds and rust.
What about communications? Media?
The telephones still work in places. The newspapers have gone. The cost and practicality of manufacturing and selling them rendered them extinct. Radio is now solely used as a method of communication. There's no news or public broadcasting. The ether is basically owned by air transport.
Planes are still flying then?
Not for the purposes of private travel, but yes, the transport of goods, such as they are, still takes place. A fact that will become important later on.
How so?
One thing at a time. There. You'll be fine.
It's a bit sore, but I can manage. Thank you.
I trained in first aid, but I rarely have a chance to use it. Working in the archive, the worst that can happen is you end up with a headache from eye strain or a paper cut from old books.
Sounds thrilling.
It is, in its own way. Though I'll admit I sometimes hanker after experiencing excitement rather than just reading about it.
I noticed.
Yes. Let's get moving then. Still lots to see.
People are staring at us.
They're probably envious of your shoes.
They were rather expensive.
When the war broke out, the clothing trade shrank. Mass production of boots was commandeered for military purposes and never really returned to commercial use.
The old skills die out as we turn to mass production, and when the infrastructure of that production is lost.
Simple conveniences, things we never really thought about, suddenly become rare. Photography, for example, has virtually ceased to exist because no film is being produced. Bicycles have become a luxury as a viable means of practical transport, but pneumatic tyres are no longer in production. Countless tiny details.
Add them all up and you have the apocalypse.
Oh, not that. Never that. Life goes on. That house over there,
What about it?
it has a door we can use.
Can't you just magic one up?
Not while people are watching. Besides, it's tiring and wasteful.
Oh! You startled me then. I'm not expecting visitors. Can I help you?
We've had a report of a fire in your backyard.
Rubbish. I don't even have one. A yard, that is.
I knew it would be a false alarm. Didn't I tell you it would be a false alarm?
I seem to remember you mentioning it, yes.
Sorry to be a pain, but could we check anyway? You know what it's like. We'll be for it unless we tell them we took a proper look.
Of course, come through. I tell you to wipe your feet, but this place is such a tip that I don't suppose it really... Oh, they've gone.
The White House?
Yes.
Where the President of the US lives?
Yes, you must know him, surely.
I know the current incumbent in my time, yes. Though I've never strolled across his front lawn. Where's all the security?
This is 1958. We're still in the time of new feudalism. Besides, President Caruso is a lot more laid back than his predecessors.
Caruso?
Benito Caruso. There he is.
Oh, hey there.
The man chopping firewood?
That's him.
Can I help you folks?
Mr. President, this is Philip Raven of the British Embassy.
Oh, good to meet you.
Good to meet you too, sir.
Oh, hell, let's not bother with the sir stuff. Makes my teeth itch. What do you say I just call you Phil and you call me Benny?
That would be fine.
Good, good. I mean, let's be brutal here. I'm president by default, so there's no real reason to get hung up on the honorifics.
By default?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure I'm even president at all. My term's expired, after all, and if Wilkins had taken over, that would be that, and I'd be in Florida getting a little sun. But then the damn fool ran away, so, well, here we all are. Say, you two mind stepping inside for a drink? I've been swinging this axe all morning, and right now, all I really want is a glass of Mora's lemonade.
That would be lovely.
Oh, it would. Walk this way, folks.
about time we have visitors. If nothing else, it gets him in from the animals.
The animals?
I've taken to rearing a few pigs, cows, and chickens. We have all this land. It seems a pity to let it go to waste.
Benny can't bear kicking his heels around the house.
It's not as if there's much to do. Things are getting back on track. All I do is grease the wheels from time to time.
You think America is finding its feet?
Oh, steamboat traffic's moving on the Mississippi again. We're finally getting the cotton out of the South, despite all the unrest. Our exports are up, too. We shipped 140 automobiles to South America this year. Double the totals for last year.
Of course, it would help if we could get all the states to Congress. We're only seeing a third of the country represented in the Assembly.
Well, they'll get there. Some of the states can't afford to send anyone.
And some just don't care.
Some people take a little time to realize what's best for them. The country took a pounding. There's no shame in admitting as much. Just look at Mackenzie and Gregson, fighting over the governorship of New York State while New York City itself lies empty, falling to pieces. Sensible people fight over the important things, getting this country and her people back on their feet. Idiots like them fight over power, as if that means anything anymore.
And meanwhile, you collect eggs from the henhouse.
And damn fine eggs they are, too.
I'm afraid Benny and I don't always quite see eye to eye on these things.
You love those eggs as much as I do.
You know what I mean, Benito Caruso.
You're not quite as positive about the future as your husband.
I'd like to be. I really would. But I look around and I wonder. It seems to me that we may be in the unenviable position of having seen the rise, the triumph, and then the collapse of the greatest civilization the world has ever seen. That's a lot for one lifetime.
You think America has collapsed?
Oh, I wasn't just talking about our country. I mean the whole history of mechanical mass production.
Whereas I believe it's still hardly begun. We had our setbacks, sure, but just you watch. We'll soon be back on our feet. Stop by whenever you're next in town.
Will do. Philip Raven of the British Embassy.
Got you a drink with the president, didn't I? I could hardly say you were from the United Nations. As you may have noticed, the nations in this timeline are anything but united. I thought you carried it off rather well.
I talked absolute nonsense. A load of non-committal guff about building bridges across the ocean and forging long-lasting friendships between our two nations.
Precisely. Just the sort of non-committal guff an ambassador would say, in other words.
True.
Did you like him?
I did, rather.
Better than the president you're used to?
No comment.
See? The perfect ambassador. Monte Carlo. Ever been?
Bit rich for my tastes.
Not anymore. It's all but deserted. Though there's someone I was hoping to meet.
Will he try and kill us, or will he offer us lemonade?
From what I know, having read his journals, he seems a distinctly affable sort.
You've read his journal?
I'm from the future. I've read all the journals. Even yours. Ah, this'll be him.
I say, bonjour.
Bike owner, eh? Must have a few quid.
For all the good it does him.
Ah, bonjour, mes amis.
Hello.
Oh, you're English.
He is, yes. I'm from somewhere slightly further afield.
Oh, yes.
A citizen of the world, you might say.
And what a world. Lovely to bump into a couple of friendly faces, though. I've barely met a soul in days. Titus Coppett's the name.
Philip Raven.
Jane.
Pleased to meet you. I say, fancy a spot of lunch? Come through. The place has seen better days, but the kitchen's still viable, and I've stocked up on a few provisions.
The Hotel de Paris.
I know. Best place in town, eh? I was passing by last night looking for a place to bed down, and I thought, well, why not? It's abandoned, of course, just like everywhere else. Not much of a summer season these days. Quiet winters all the year round, eh? Kitchen's through here.
hadn't realized I was so hungry.
Travel sharpens the appetite.
It would have been so much better if there was still a chef in residence, but at least there's still gas left for the range, eh? I got used to cold rations on the road.
Where are you heading?
Nowhere in particular. I'm just travelling. I used to know this stretch of the coast really well, did a lot of business here. I was an antiques dealer back when such things had value.
When people still had money to burn.
Well, quite. These days, burning's about all it's good for. It's breathtaking, seeing how quickly everything's gone to rack and ruin. I've been all along the coast. All the old chateaux, all locked up and abandoned. Places looted. Beautiful gardens turned into a wild tangle of roses and oleander.
It's sad.
Is it? I don't know. I suppose it is in a way, but it's progress. Nature doesn't care. Civilizations rise and fall. Who's to say what will come after we've gone, eh?
Who indeed?
I was in the casino this morning. The ceiling of the American bar's fallen in, but you could still get to the garden. I sat there for a while, thinking of the stories you used to hear about gamblers who'd lost their fortunes, popping out into the bushes to put a gun to their head.
Lovely.
I suppose it was rather morbid, but I was thinking about how it all seemed so important to them. They'd blown their fortunes on the spin of a wheel, unable to face the disgrace they'd taken their lives. Look around you now. The whole world lost the bet. Puts a bad flutter in perspective, doesn't it?
It does.
And we must be thankful that the world hasn't had the same lack of backbone as those disgraced gamblers long gone. No bullet to the head here, no. Just life going on and on, taking new forms, setting new priorities.
You seem very positive about the future.
Oh, I'm an eternal optimist, certainly. But things are changing already. I've seen it on my travels. At Nice and Marseille, the shipping is moving again. And not just fishing boats, I'm talking about trade ships. I saw them building what could easily have been a 3,000-tonner.
That's one hell of a ship.
It was. Or will be, rather.
We thought shipbuilding had ceased with the war.
Everyone did. But our need to expand persists. The railway, too.
You've seen trains running?
Not for passengers. Those lines are still dead. I saw a group of townsfolk using the grassed-over tracks for a bowling green the other day. But in Marseille, they have a line running between the port and several quarries inland. Industry, you see, it's indomitable. But mark my words, the future is up there.
The sky?
Do you know how many aeroplanes I saw between Rome and Marseille?
Do tell.
13. I doubt I'd have seen that many even before the war. I got chatting to a fellow at an aerodrome in Frejus. He was an aviator, Spanish-American, served first with the Poles and then the Germans and then the French.
Loyal chap.
Yes, well, he got around a bit for sure. He was an opportunist in war, and it stood him in excellent stead in the years since. He told me of the burgeoning trade in air freight, rubber, spices, mercury and block tin, all coming in from the east, clocks, watches, compasses, needles, buttons and hardened glass going back in return. For the most part, the trade is in barter, but the profits were immense.
Well, people will always pay to get the things they want.
And these are the chaps best placed to get it. Most of them are aviators who survived the war only to find a new use for their skills. They've even formed a union.
Consolidating their power.
Absolutely. I told this chap about the shipbuilding I'd seen in Marseille, and you know what he said? Oh, we'll have to watch that.
They don't want competition.
Precisely, because that's the truth of tomorrow. Whoever controls the air and the sea controls the world. They are the people who will keep trade moving, keep the world fed, keep it in clothes, fuel, essential materials. The trade routes are the lifeblood of society. We've never given organised transport and trading its due importance. We've just expected it to be there. Now they know what they're worth, and they'll be quick to ensure that power is recognised.
You think there could be trouble?
Trouble? Oh, no. That would suggest we had a choice. I think we'll just be forced to accept. If we want civilization to move again, if we want our supplies, our food, our clothes, our prosperity, then we'll just do as we're told.
A dictatorship?
Wasn't it always? Really? If you wanted possessions, you had to pay what you were asked for them. You obeyed the rules of a commercial society. The difference in the future will be that commercialism always used to be removed from politics, at least to a degree. In the future, it will be the only government that counts. So who wants dessert? I picked some fresh fruit this morning, more than enough to share. I won't even charge you for it. Lovely to meet you. Best of luck, and watch the skies.
Nice man.
A perspicacious one.
He's right then, in his predictions of the future.
Yes.
He seems positive about it.
Yes, though part of him still clings to the past. He'll need to shake that off.
What do you mean?
I'll show you.
Yeah, what are you doing in my shed?
Sorry, we thought it was a bathing hut.
Bathing hut? Are you having a laugh? Nobody swims in the Thames for fun, unless they enjoy drowning. Now, come on, clear off out of it. Go on.
We're going. Sorry. You know these much-envied shoes of mine? I think they may be ruined.
You can clean them up when we get to dry land.
What's that man doing down here?
He's a mudlark, sifting through the banks of the river for anything valuable. He won't find much.
So, this is what London looks like now. I don't think much of it.
You're about to meet a familiar face who'll agree with you.
Hello. I recognize you two.
Titus?
Still me. Excuse the beard. Lost my razor somewhere over the channel. You two haven't changed a bit.
We keep a firm grip on our razors.
Well, I asked for that. So what brings you to London?
Philip wanted to see how it had changed.
Great minds think alike. I grew up here, and wherever I wander, it's always home.
What do you make of it?
I think it's awful. I travelled in through Kent, and the outer suburbs are still little more than decay and rubble. Huge swathes of land just ignored. Have you seen Hyde Park?
The last I heard, they were grazing cattle on it.
Oh, not anymore. They kicked the cultivators off and have built an aerodrome.
The power in the skies again.
Absolutely. But city planning's not consistent. On the one hand, they're building facilities for air traffic. On the other, defences against them. Just look at those lamentable concrete carapaces.
Like giant mushrooms.
Exactly. Giant, dull mushrooms. London used to be beautiful. Not anymore. No sense of the aesthetic, and even less sense of planning. I get the impression the city simply has no idea what it's doing. Subsidence cracks have already developed in most of the new structures.
The north bank along the Thames is so ill-drained, the subsoil so soft, it can't bear the weight.
They should have planned for that.
Yes, they should.
Oh, Lord! Get back!
We're quite safe on this side!
What you said? It's the North Bank just giving way!
Strand, Fleet Street, Cornhill, and everything in front of it.
And now the dust is clearing, you can get more of a sense of the damage. Not that you want to, I just can't quite take it in.
More of the past falling away, that's all. The future will always be built on ruins.
That's easy for you to say. They're not your ruins. You never walked those streets. You didn't know them as anything but lines in a history book. Right across from us now is a pile of rubble that used to be a restaurant. I went on a first date there with a girl who would end up being my wife.
I didn't know you were married.
I'm not. Not anymore. We ordered lobster because I was trying to impress. The table looked like a battlefield by the time we'd finished. There weren't enough napkins to clean up the mess we'd made together. Something of an omen now, I've come to think of it. Then there's that pile of old grey stone just over from what remains of St. Paul's.
I see it. A council building of some sort?
It's St. Bartholomew's Hospital, where my dad spent the last few weeks of his life.
Oh.
Riddled with cancer, delusional from the drugs. Do you know the last thing he said to me before he died?
No.
Are you sure we can afford this, son? Over to the left. Maybe still standing, hard to tell from here, is whatever remains of the Nightingale Hospital.
He went there too?
Oh, it's a psychiatric hospital. My mother spent a lot of time there, railing at the staff, hurling racist abuse at the nurses, kissing goodbye to the last fragile pieces of her sanity.
I'm sorry.
Are you? Because we're all just statistics, really, aren't we? Footnotes in history, ink on a page.
You can seem that way sometimes, yes.
Where's Titus?
He went to see if he could help.
Oh, good for him. Oh, what now?
Westminster Bridge just fell.
I don't think I can take much more of this. The world is ruined, I get it. But why show me? I can't change it. I can't stop it from happening.
Of course not. As you say, the dominant timeline, your timeline, has already diverged. None of this happens now.
So why show it to me?
Because we've calculated the best possible chance you have of getting your timeline back on track.
Back on track? You mean like this?
Precisely. We don't want you to avoid this timeline, Philip. Quite the opposite. We need you to make it happen. to avoid this timeline, Philip. Quite the opposite. We need you to make it happen.
Copy that, Control.
On arrival, proceed directly to security.
Yes, yes. You'd think I hadn't already been union cleared.
You must be mad if you think I'd want any part in making this happen. All that death and destruction, the whole world crumbling to ruins.
That's what worlds do. All of them, given time.
Well, not with my help, they don't. I'm in the business of protecting peace, avoiding bloodshed, not encouraging it.
Precisely. You need to take the long view. You'll see.
Don't hold your breath.
In many ways, that's exactly what I'm doing. This is the timeline I'm from.
How does that work if this timeline didn't happen?
I told you, it's a divergence. No longer the predominant timeline, no longer the prime history, but it still, in a sense, happened.
So your future exists?
For now. But that's the problem with divergent timelines. They're inherently unstable. The further away from the dividing point you go, the more the timeline degrades. Our scientists estimate that unless we get history back on track, there will come a point in my near future when we will simply cease to exist.
Well, how near in your future?
It could be as little as 500 years.
500 years? Well, that's ages. It's long after your lifetime. At least I assume it is. How long do humans live for in the future?
A little longer than you, certainly, but yes, I'll be dead before the decay takes effect. Why does that matter?
You made it sound urgent.
It is. Unlike some generations, we don't view future extinction lightly. We don't consider this our descendants' problem. We view it as something we need to solve now. Besides, the predictions are vague. We don't really know how long we've got. Nor do we know how the extinction will come about. Will we simply wink out of existence? Or will it be a slow decay? A rot of accepted physics, of matter? For all we know, we may not have the technology for an intervention like this in the years to come.
Fine, I get it. Act now while you can. With all due respect to you and your existence, however, I remain far from convinced that this timeline is superior. I mean, do you know for a fact that you won't exist? A version of you at least, if history continues the way it currently stands.
Predictions suggest that your future is far worse than this.
Predictions?
It's hard for us to travel along the history of another timeline. This is our world, our history. We can navigate it with ease, for as long as it exists. The effort of intruding into yours was extremely difficult. We've been working on this intervention for 5 years, and this is only the second time we've managed to make contact.
The second? What happened last time?
We think we caused your Second World War.
Well, thank you for that.
Manipulating timelines, it's very difficult. Anyway, you should be grateful. Our previous intervention took root. You might not have existed without it. We made the timeline you're currently experiencing.
But it still doesn't lead to yours.
No, which is why I'm talking to you.
But why me? What makes me so special?
I could lie and fob you off with stories about your intelligence, common sense, and the work you've done with the UN.
But you're not going to.
Believe it or not, I have a little more respect for you than that. You were chosen based on logistics. You will be at precisely the right place at precisely the right time.
To do what?
Not yet. I will tell you, but I have more to show you first.
Fine. So where have you brought us to now?
1965, Flight 21966, inbound to Basra.
Iraq?
It's to be the location of the first of 2 very significant conferences. The road to the future becomes very clear today.
If you say so. And what are we carrying?
Catering supplies.
Well, a packing case isn't exactly what I'm used to in business class, but I suppose it'll do. So what's this conference about?
It's organized by the Transport Union. It takes many of the thoughts and ideas that have developed in recent years with a view to putting them into general practice. Essentially, this is the point at which thought becomes action.
Well, in my experience, while conferences often start out with that aim, they rarely follow through.
This one does. Mainly because of the universality of its attendance. As well as all major European contingents, it's attended by parties from America, China, Japan, Russia, and New Zealand.
Well, how long are we planning on attending? I can't imagine it'll be a quick affair.
I hadn't thought about that. I was behaving like an historian. This is such a significant event in the birth of the modern state that I wanted to see all of it. But that's hardly practical. I'm not here for sightseeing.
Off again?
Yes. Let's cut to the summing up. Security is unusually strict here, so we'll need to be careful. State police forces are still all but non-existent, but the Union employs private security to protect themselves.
They expect trouble, then?
Perhaps on a small scale. Odd insurgent or business rival. In the grand scheme of things, they're unashamedly confident. Through here.
Thank you to my colleague for his wise words.
They're all so young.
The average age is 33. The world's new masters have youth on their side.
Our various speakers have painted a bold vision for the future. 20 years ago, indeed, perhaps as little as 10, our proposals would have seemed impossible. Yet I trust we all agree that nothing proposed is currently beyond our capability. Indeed, it is important that we strike now in order to set the foundation of all that is to come. All existing aerodromes, ports, lights, and lighting fields must now be considered the property of the Union. There is to be no question of purchase. The infrastructure of transport is ours, and we will exercise the right to that ownership. Every aeroplane in the world must be registered immediately and allocated a regulatory number. Our tariff of charges will be imposed worldwide. Any airship or plane that refuses to pay will be treated as a pirate vehicle and refuse the use of aerodromes and filling stations. Indeed, they will be driven out of the air by the force of our air police. Any aerodrome, any administrative region or government, in fact, found to harbor such recalcitrants will be boycotted. Let us see how long anyone wishes to harbor pirates once they find they are no longer able to receive or ship imported goods.
He's got the world powers over a barrel, just as Titus predicted.
I'm aware that there are some amongst us who have expressed concerns about the legality of this. The question we have heard a number of times is, what will the government say to this? And the answer is simple. They will say nothing that will be heard.
This is an insidious attempt to restore capitalist trust in the world.
Would someone like to pass our esteemed colleague, Mr. Peshkov, a microphone?
There is no way that Moscow will consent to the passage of controlled machines over the vast territories under Soviet control, nor will she allow the exploitation of Russian resources by any outside organization.
And how will they prevent it?
You will find out for yourself once you return.
Then I may have to wait for my answer. I am a citizen of the world, and I shall go back to Russia in my own time and in my own fashion.
This is treason! Wait until Moscow hears of it.
How and when will they hear of it?
Very soon after my return.
But you flew here to Varish Peshkov in my squadron. Tell me, how do you propose to return?
No.
That phantom proletarian of yours fades with all the other empires and kingdoms. We are only giving shape to a new world order that is already born.
Wonderful. To see it actually happen. But we should go before we're spotted.
Not here again.
Oh, I wasn't concentrating, sorry. You have to understand, I've been an historian, an archivist all my life. Actually seeing some of this is somewhat distracting.
Well, for you and me both. Actually, I think this is a different plane.
What the hell are you two doing here?
What is it?
Stowaways.
Actually, we're here by mistake.
Of course you are. I imagine you took a wrong turn somewhere over Istanbul.
Look, I need you up here. We've got trouble.
You two, Stay close, but not too close. Understand? I've no wish to use this, but I will if you try anything.
We won't.
Quickly! Coming! Two of them, hiding away back there.
Well, right now they're in the same boat as we are. So keep quiet and let us do our job. But what's the problem? Air police.
This is Air Police Patrol Delta 4. You are in violation of transport control legislation and must land immediately. Over.
This is the private cargo plane Sandy Lane. We do not recognize your authority and demand you back off.
Your plane is not registered, your cargo is unknown, and your flight plan unapproved. You are therefore in direct violation of transport control legislation. I say again, land immediately. Over.
And what are you going to do about it if we don't? Let's stop them.
They're shooting at us. They're actually shooting at us.
We've noticed. Hold on.
That was a warning shot. Do not force us to fire again. Bring your plane into land.
Yeah, like hell I will. Do as they say. We can't. Have you any idea the financial penalty for piracy?
It's only money. Surely your life is worth more.
It's money we don't have. They'll take everything. The plane, our livelihoods, everything.
There's got to be a way of losing them.
They've got the starboard engine. It's gone. It's nothing but smoke and shrapnel.
I can't hold her. We're going down.
Philip, quickly!
If we could just level off.
Nah, it's no good. She's not responding. Oh, we're dropping like a stone. But what about them?
It's too late. They can't go where we can. Get through the door.
But they'll die.
And so will we unless you move now. Go! Go!
Whoa! Hey, what are you doing in my car?
Trying not to die.
What are you talking about? Speak sense.
But there's precious little around.
Come on.
Hey, come back here.
I didn't have time to plan a route. I just wanted to get us out of there as quickly as possible.
So we have no idea where we are?
Not really. Somewhere Mediterranean. Greece, maybe?
Let us serve. Let us not fall into factions. Let us not divide and group ourselves. We cannot afford bickering. We must not thwart and waste each other. We have done no more as yet than make a start. Remember the strangulation of Russia by Stalin. Remember the fight against the spirit of oppression. The struggle for the modern state has only begun.
Ah, shut up.
This is 1973. That was Arden Essendon, a guiding light within the transport control. Soon to be the leader of the modern state it becomes.
What's the reason for all this hold-up? There are people in uniforms in the distance. Police? Are they checking for someone who's escaped from somewhere?
They're from the transport control. First they took the air, then the sea. Now they're taking the roads. Nobody can drive on them without paying the tariffs and registering their vehicles.
The roads, too?
They take the entire transport structure. That's the point. They're building new roads, too. Huge, multi-lane stretches for trade routes. Not only that, but they've started to set up training schools. A new breed of education. Teaching people the importance of a global state. A new world order of secularism. It has its roots in socialism. The teachings of Marx and the work of Gustav de Vindt.
It's terrifying.
It's the future. It's what saves us all. Some amongst the Transport Union want to take a gentle line, to do deals with extant governments, to bribe others if legitimate deals don't work. It's Essendon and those who follow him who insist on a hard line. That the only way for this to work is to embrace it without compromise. I'll show you.
The world state is not a thing of the future. It is here and now. It has always been here and now. Since ever man talked, however timidly, of the brotherhood of mankind.
Essendon?
Yes.
In the past, the world state had been torn among a countless myriad of proprietors and creditors, and the socialists and cosmopolitans, the true heirs of the race, were hunted like criminals and persecuted and killed. Now, through the utter failure of those robbers to maintain social order, the world has fallen into our hands. Power has deserted them, and we here have power. If we do not use it, if we do not use it to the fullest, we are traitors in our turn. Are we to tolerate even a temporary revival of the old system? In the name of reason, why? If their brains have got into the wrong grooves, well, we can make fresh brains. Are we to connive with and indulge this riffraff that waits outside our doors? Go and look at them. Look at their insincere faces. Look at their furtive hands. Weigh what they say. Weigh the offers they make you. No, there will be no deals. We have swallowed the world. Now we must digest it.
Let's cut to the chase, shall we?
Quite a gathering.
Essendon is about to draw a line in the sand. His announcement of total control.
The Council of World Affairs declares that between 1950 and 1965, this planet became derelict through the incapacity of its ostensible rulers to keep the peace. Chaos ensued, and it became urgently necessary to build up a new world administration amidst the ruins. This, the Air and Sea Control did. This administration has now been organized through a Central Council for World Affairs. It is the only sovereignty on this planet. All other sovereignty and all property rights ceased to exist during the period of disorder. They cannot and will not be revived. Throughout the world, the Council has its air, sea, and land routes. Its airports, dockyards, factories, mines, plantations, laboratories, colleges, and schools. These are administered by its officials and protected by its police. And the latter are instructed to defend these organizations whenever and wherever it may be necessary. In every center of population, there are now modern state offices conducting the educational work of the Council. The time has come for all quasi-independent organs of business and administration to place themselves under the direct control of the new government of the whole world. Without delay, with a due regard for your comfort, your welfare, and your wishes, the Bureau will set itself to bring your life into sound and permanent correlation with the one human commonweal.
Surely it's a declaration of war.
No, that was neither war nor revolution. That was the recognition of worldwide government. It's a clear sign how broken the world was. Essendon makes his announcement, and to begin with, people just accept it. There's no immediate armed insurrection, no fighting. All of the tools of nationalism, the newspapers, the diplomats, the foreign offices, they're all gone. Who's to organize an armed response? There are just the people, and most of them are relieved to think someone with authority is looking out for them.
They just want to be led.
Isn't that always what people want? Oh, they complain about their leaders, they make a show of dissent every once in a while, but when it comes down to it, they just want to get on with their lives. They don't want the responsibility of keeping the lights on, the water flowing through the pipes, the food turning up at the shops and markets. They want everything to simply be there.
It's a rather cynical way of looking at it.
You think I'm wrong?
Not entirely.
There is, eventually, an organized attempt to refute the world state's control. It's the Italians who are first to rebel. A fascist garrison in Rome declares themselves the official government. They have a number of unlicensed aviators and planes, and their black shirts take control of an aeroplane factory and aerodrome in Turin. They even find the old king of Italy. He's been having a relaxing time farming in Piedmont. They renovate his long-closed palace and put him in it.
And the world state's response?
I'll show you.
Aren't we a bit conspicuous?
It's a public ceremony. We'll be fine.
What's all the chanting?
You'll see when we get there. Pope Alban III is blessing 3 new aeroplanes from the Turin factory.
Blessing them?
The Catholic Church has always been given to blessing implements, shops, boats, bridges, guns, battleships. It advertises the church, gratifies the faithful, and does no perceptible harm to the object being blessed.
There's that cynicism again.
It's a piece of PR, pomp and ceremony to show that Italy is its own master. As well as the Pope, the kings here, plus every cardinal they could lay their hands on. It's quite a party, as you can see.
Good God.
They certainly think so. That's the Pope on the throne, with a couple of thousand black shirts to back him up, in case his deity isn't up to the task.
You're not a fan of religion, are you?
It's anathema to me. The world state thinks so too, as you'll soon see. This is close enough. We don't want to get caught up in the panic. Here they come.
Who? Oh, planes.
A squadron led by Luigi Rosselli, the local commander. The leader of the black shirts over there is actually his half-brother.
What are they going to do?
They're loaded with a new gas.
They're going to gas the Pope?
Pacifycin. It renders the victim insensible for about 36 hours with no long-lasting detrimental effect. Time for the gas mask again. Keep yours on this time.
This is unbelievable.
It's another famous moment in our history, thanks in part to the fact that we have full documentation from the following inquiry, including a recorded statement from one of the pilots.
Well, I suppose the gas is harmless, at least.
Yes, there is that.
Please state your name and rank for the record.
Mark Rogers, Lieutenant on secondment to the Turin A Squadron.
Please tell me what happened once you arrived at the aerodrome.
Commander Rosselli gave the order to drop the gas canisters. Just for a moment, the chanting rose louder. They showed pluck, those priests. Hardly one of them broke ranks. Then they crumpled up in their places, drifting down on their knees. It was queer the way you saw the gas spreading among them like a bed of flowers dying. The death spreading out from all of these different centres. The old boy on the throne didn't turn a hair. He had his hands together and his head bowed. You couldn't tell when it took him. The fascist guards and the King's party weren't anything like so dignified. They gesticulated, they yelled. Some ran about a bit before the stuff got them. Of course, you must understand, the whole lot thought they were being killed. None of them could have known anything about this new stuff. We didn't know until a fortnight ago. We had no gas masks on our bird, so I didn't take part in the landing party that seized the planes.
Mind your feet! Clear the bodies away from the planes!
Last I saw of that aerodrome, it looked like some old Turkish carpet gone threadbare in places. A perfect garden of sleep.
It'll be safe now.
Awful.
Not the modern state's finest hour, perhaps. But the casualties were minimal. The only fatality from a crowd of thousands was Odette Buonarroti, a young priest who had the misfortune of having one of the gas canisters hit him on the head. He died instantly.
Oh, lucky him.
I suspect he would have been pleased had he known how the church responded. He was canonized, the last saint and martyr to be inscribed in the Latin hagiography.
Oh, yes, well, that would have made it quite all right, I'm sure.
To be a saint? If he'd known that was in the offing, he'd probably have prayed for it.
What is your problem with religion?
It's archaic and unhelpful.
Not to those with faith, it's not.
On an individual level, perhaps, but organized religion is unquestionably one of the most damaging, reductive, and destructive factors in human history. I don't care what an individual believes, as long as that belief remains personal, and its doctrines aren't forced on others. But how often does that happen? Countless faiths, all with their own opinion on who is acceptable and who isn't. Enemies decided purely on a matter of what God they do or don't believe in.
But a person has a right to their faith.
As long as nobody else is expected to share it. How many people have been executed over the centuries for not conforming to someone else's religious beliefs? How many countries invaded, wars, fought?
Religion can be a force for good too. You're being selective.
I'm speaking as an historian, someone who can see the numbers from a remove. You don't need a god to be kind, to teach you moral behavior. If you can't be a decent human being without God providing the rule book, then you're simply not decent. A god is irrelevant to how you choose to live and treat others. The only time it isn't is when you become the persecutor.
It's still a basic human right.
No, it isn't. Not anymore, because we finally saw sense and eradicated religion, all religion, from the planet.
But that's terrible.
Are you religious?
No, but that's hardly the point. I'm arguing from the point of human rights.
So am I. I just believe that a human's right to live outside of persecution and fear trumps the right to believe in a deity. You know how many people in my time fear religious persecution? Bigotry? Terror attacks? Abuse? None. Because the illogical cause for them has been removed. We're a secular society based on simple humanist principles. We are one. A single, worldwide state.
A dictatorship.
That's a loaded word.
But an accurate one.
Think bigger, Philip. This argument is beneath you. You're arguing from a point of individual rights, and I understand that. I do. I respect it. But think of the whole. A society, a global society that has removed all the handicaps to unity. No more nationalism, no more religion, just one society in full agreement, living in the world they deserve.
And if someone doesn't conform? Fine, you remove religion, so now one faith cannot disagree with another, but you've replaced it with the world state. I mean, what happens when someone disagrees with that? You don't have to answer. I've just seen it with my own eyes. They get gassed.
It's the death throes of the old civilization, that's all. If you could speak with perfect hindsight, if you knew that all of this would actually make for a good, perfect society, would you feel the same hostility towards it? You're arguing about general principles, but I'm talking from a point of view of fact. I'm from that future. I live there. I thrive there, along with everyone else. To see what I have now, the world in which I'm lucky to live, all of this was worth it. All of it. Your argument is irrelevant because I've seen how it works out.
But you haven't, have you? Because the timeline's been altered. Your future's no longer set in stone, so the argument is real and happening right now. And it'll take more than you've shown me, and certainly more than the speeches of Arden Essendon, to convince me that any of this is right.
Yes. My future, my perfect future, isn't guaranteed. Not anymore. Which is why I'm fighting so hard to save it. I'll show you. That's all I can do. But it has little to do with Essendon. His days are already numbered.
Really? Well, show me.
It's hardly important. I need to show you the future. My future. Maybe that's all I should have done. I thought you needed to see how we got there. Perhaps that was a mistake.
Now show me the downfall of Essendon first. You've shown me all this. I may as well get the end of his part in the history.
Fine. But after that, I'll show you my home.
Agreed. Really? You're making me travel into cupboards now?
Shh. We need somewhere we can be unobserved. Besides, it's not a cupboard. It's a very nice cabinet with decorative panelling we can see through.
Huh. And what are we going to see?
We've moved ahead to the year 2006. Essendon, through no real drive of his own, has become the public face of control. It's early days still for a marked change in the public consciousness. The modern state isn't about the individual. All of its pronouncements, all of its declarations come unsigned by any single individual. It is simply the word of control, and yet...
It's become all about Essendon.
Precisely. The public like him. They consider every statement control makes to be his word and his alone.
And this has made him enemies?
Not really. There's little doubting that his magnetism and popularity played a great part in the success of establishing the world state. Still, peaceful control is still fragile. There are factions that have built their strength over time and are ready to strike. This is a precarious moment. One false slip, and it could all come crashing down.
So what's happened?
Essendon became involved with a woman.
Ah.
An aviator by the name of Elizabeth Hawthey. An adventuress by all accounts.
I like her already.
History is not known for dwelling on matters of the heart, but by all the accounts I've read, including letters sent between them, there can be little doubt they loved each other greatly.
So what was the problem?
His wife didn't approve.
Oh.
In a fit of jealousy, she accused her husband of being a traitor. It was undoubtedly a false accusation, but it was leapt on by one of Essenden's few enemies on the council, Hooper Hamilton. Talking of which...
The council has had time to deliberate the evidence placed before it.
Evidence?
All the evidence you need. He's a traitor, a monarchist, an individualist.
Ladies, kindly restrain yourself from comment. You have had your chance to speak. Now it's my turn, and I wish to do so without interruption.
Please, do continue.
It is clear that some of the evidence placed before us may have been provided with an element of motive. On the part of Mrs. Essendon.
Are you calling me a liar?
I won't remind you again. Please, be silent. As I say, there are emotional considerations that call some of the evidence into question. But it is a small matter that Mr. Essendon should or should not be a party to the conspiracy of which he is accused. His real offence is that he should have allowed this situation to develop, that he should have permitted his attention to wander from the services of the Republic to personal gratifications. At the very least, he has been guilty of egotism. He has sacrificed himself and the world that has wrapped about him to a very personal drama. The question of his specific guilt is an altogether minor matter. The question before us is not what has Essendon done, but rather, what are we going to do about Essendon? There is a need for repression coming. Civil war and bloodshed may well be upon us. This is no time for a saga of lovers. Essendon cannot lead us. But how can we do without him? You see the problem.
It was never my intention to become a figurehead for the modern state.
Nor ours to allow it to happen, but happen it has. You represent the movement. Your actions here today now threaten it.
Yes, I see that I am in the way. If I might make a suggestion?
Please do.
If I might be granted access to a dose of Corda 36.
Anthony, no.
I will then retire to the garden, sit in the spring sunshine and remove myself as the inconvenience I've so clearly become.
Retire? Alone? I don't believe it. You want to be with her, don't you? Even now, you would spend your last few moments with that...
Mrs. Essendon, please!
No, Jean. There is no need for you to be hurt anymore. It's all over. I'll go now. I never meant to hurt Arden in this way. You couldn't help yourself, Jean. But I never meant to hurt you. Or him.
I couldn't help myself. Me? Who do you think you are?
Please remove Mrs. Essendon from the room.
Oh, get off me! How dare you! He's a traitor! Look at him! Traitor!
Goodbye, Jean.
Essendon, Arden, your suggestion is approved. This meeting is at an end. We can only hope the same cannot be said for the world state.
The drug they're giving him?
A suicide pill. Quite painless.
Just because of an affair?
Of course not. He's removing himself from the council, from everything, so he can't be used as a weapon against the world state.
It's appalling.
Yes. Yes, it is. You'll think I'm stupid, I'm sure, but Essendon... He's a hero to me. All my life I've read about him, the work he did, the effort, and now his fall. I didn't want to come here.
To see your idol with his feet of clay.
But now we're here. I have to see it all. I'm sorry, but I have to.
It's beautiful. Do you think there's such a thing as a good place to die?
What do you mean?
Something people say, isn't it? This was a good place to die.
People say that?
Well, probably not in real life, no. But they do in movies. It always made me think, though. Would it really matter? Does geography make the remotest difference? I mean, obviously I wouldn't want to die in the middle of a war zone or a burning building, but assuming the location itself isn't the thing that's killing you, and would it matter?
Essendon clearly thinks so.
Does he?
He wants to be surrounded by beauty. He wants the last things he sees to be pleasing.
I could stare at a rose for hours, but I don't think it would take my mind off dying. Greatest sunset in the world wouldn't distract me from the final slow beating of my heart. Personally, I think he just wanted to be alone.
And yet, here you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to, I mean, I didn't know you were...
Doesn't matter. Come over. Sit down. I'll shuffle up.
It's wrong of us to intrude.
As you are clearly aware, I haven't got time for polite refusal. Sit down. You clearly know me, but I don't know you. I think it only polite you introduce yourselves.
I'm Jane, and this is Philip. We're visitors.
Visitors?
We're here from...
Tell him the truth.
That's hardly a good idea.
It's the least you can do.
Is the truth so difficult?
She's from your future. I'm from an alternative world to this. She's showing me her history.
Well, the truth is difficult.
It's true. It doesn't matter why, but it's true.
All right, then. I'll believe you.
Really?
I haven't got time for skepticism. If nothing else, this should be an interesting final conversation. So, what does the future care about the death of a stupid man in a garden? As tourism goes, it seems somewhat morbid.
You're not a stupid man.
My wife wouldn't altogether agree with you there, nor the rest of the council, for that matter.
It's inconsequential.
My death?
Their opinion.
It works.
Philip.
It's what he should hear. The things you've done. They're the foundation for her entire world.
I think you're trying to be kind.
No, he's right. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm finding this entire situation is strange to me. I'm an historian. You should just be a name on a file, a figure in a textbook. I never expected to actually...
Talk to me? Obviously, this is entirely absurd, but I shall try and forget that for now. Though suggestions of my importance in the future world would fan the flames of those who accuse me of egotism, certainly.
There's a difference between egotism and self-awareness. Growing up, I always had my head in a book. I was obsessed with history, of following the patterns, seeing how we became who we are. You were a big part of that. A hero. You didn't just build our society, you built me. My fascination with you, with all of this, is what led me to the career I now have.
A pale-skinned woman who seems uncomfortable in the open air?
Well, I don't get out much, no.
I was joking. Sorry. I didn't mean to criticize.
It's a fair enough point. My father made it often enough when I was growing up. He's all about the outdoors, a farmer. Never happier than when he's breaking earth, always looking ahead, next year's crop and the years after that. He never really understood why I wanted to give my life to history, looking back rather than forward.
And does he now?
Not really, but he puts up with it.
Can I ask you a question?
I can hardly refuse.
Jane is, she's showing me her history because she considers it important. There's the possibility of it not coming to pass, and she wants me to help her change that.
This gets more absurd by the minute.
I know, sorry, but I just wanted to hear from you why this is important. To me, everything you've done could seem, well, like the establishment of a dictatorship.
Yes. Yes, it could. I suppose it is, in a way. But a dictatorship requires a dictator, and that's the difference, isn't it? At least I would hope so. I've staked my life on the fact, quite literally, as it happens. What we've tried to build here, what I hope will continue to take root and flourish, like the flowers in this quite spectacular garden, is something more universal than a dictatorship. Yes, it took a degree of force to implement, but it's not something that was built on ego or arrogance. It was built to benefit everyone, the entire world. Some people needed convincing of that. They needed to be shaken from the old ways and into something new. A world as one, a society that had no place for petty fiefdoms or selfishness, a single, cohesive state that looks after itself. A dictatorship. If it is that, then we're all the dictator, every single one of us. I think it was worth it. I hope history will prove us all right on that.
It does.
There comes a point when we have to grow up, to stop killing each other, throwing away lives on pointless empty squabbles. I'm sorry. It's getting hard to talk. To just work together for once.
Getting hard to talk? You've already taken the drug.
Of course. It takes a while to work, and I didn't want to get cold feet. It would have been so easy to think only of myself. To run. To hell with the council. Why should I die for you all? Yes, that would have been easy. But this was never meant to be easy. Important things never are they? Can you tell me something?
Of course.
Elizabeth, does history mention her? Is she all right?
She never truly gets over today. She feels responsible for your death.
Silly woman. If anyone should take the blame, it's me. I couldn't help loving her.
But she works to fulfill your promise. She fights to keep the world state together. Your legacy is everything to her.
I might have wished that she'd gone off and been happy. This life was never quite enough for her. But good for her. Yes. Good for her.
I've got you.
Sorry. I think... Yes. I think the drug's all but done now. I can't actually feel my... This really is the most beautiful garden, isn't it? I bet your father would approve.
He would. He does. We visited when I was a child. It's a monument now.
It's absurd. But yes, beautiful. Beautiful garden. Beautiful world.
Help me with him.
There's nothing we can do. He's gone. Dead.
I know, but I don't want them to find him spread-eagled on the floor. He deserves more respect than that. Let's lay him out on the bench. Well, that'll have to do. We should go.
Yes, we should. To see the world he helped to make.
What you said about his lover, about Elizabeth.
I lied. She kills herself in an hour's time.
It's, rather plain.
We prefer simple. Functionalism, clean lines, soft colors. It's just aesthetics. These things change. Imagine walking around a Gothic city of your own past.
True.
I thought we could call in on someone very dear to me.
Your father?
No. We don't talk much. I was going to take you to meet my wife.
Jane! And you've brought our guest, I see.
Hello.
This is Anna. She's head of the Historical Archive.
Buried in the past. The most old-fashioned citizen in the world. Well, until you turned up, I suppose. Come through to the terrace. It's far too nice to stay indoors.
As if you ever mind being cooped up inside. That's where they keep all the records.
True. We're both guilty of wallowing in the past, aren't we? Still, we need to blow the dust away occasionally. Take a seat. So, Mr. Raven, what do you make of it all?
It's, impressive, certainly. A lot to take in.
Philip remains unconvinced of the virtues of the modern state.
I should hope so. Skepticism is healthy. None of this would have been possible if we hadn't questioned what we saw around us. Questions bring change. Change leads to improvement. What can I tell you about our brave new world?
I don't know, really. How does it work? What's your lifestyle?
It's all based on common sense, really. A society that listens to and makes the most of its members is a happy and successful one. Our education system is quick to recognise the skills and interests of our pupils, and their education and eventual career is tailored to that. If you have an aptitude for engineering, you're guided towards becoming an engineer.
If you love history,
you end up here at the archive. A lot of historical unrest and unhappiness came from resentment. People looked at their life and decided it wasn't the one they wanted. They hated their jobs, they didn't have enough food, they didn't enjoy the places they lived. When you address those issues on a global scale, they're easily removed. There's more than enough of everything to go round, after all. Poverty is only a symptom of a destabilised, imbalanced economy. Even in your time, the notion of famine, for example, is frankly absurd. You have more than enough food to feed the world, you simply have a society that doesn't allow for the easy distribution of that food.
But that's easier said than done, though, isn't it?
Not really. Not if you think globally, that's the key. If you take the world as a single unit, utilising its resources equally and fairly, there simply isn't a problem. It's only politics and fractured government rule that stops it working. I suppose it comes down to greed, a somewhat alien concept to us. How can you be greedy when you have everything you want?
So nobody steals anything anymore?
Oh, there are occasional cases. Anomalies, really, when you consider the maths. Last year, for example, there were 715 cases of theft reported worldwide. In all those cases, it was the theft of an unusual object, a piece of art, say, or a pet, something that seemed individual.
And murder?
Again, it happens. We're not perfect. We're the product of only 100 years of social development. Not every negative impulse or act can be eradicated in such a time. It's rare, though, and usually the result of psychological illness, a field in which our social psychologists are making leaps and bounds.
Philip knows how debilitating mental illness can be.
Yes, I do. Only 100 years of development.
Precisely. Nothing at all in the global scheme of things. Imagine what we might achieve in twice that, 5 times that.
It's an amazing thought.
It's a future mankind deserves. Thousands of years of conflict and inequality, then 100 years fix it all.
It seems impossible.
And yet here we are. There's one obvious question you haven't asked.
What's that?
Perhaps it says something about your culture that it didn't occur to you. Or perhaps it just says something about you. You haven't asked whether we're happy.
And are you?
I suggest you go out there and ask. It's really the only thing that will convince you. Take as much time as you possibly can. Days, weeks even, however long we can keep you fixed here. That's the advantage of time travel. We can always get you to your meeting on time.
But the situation is urgent.
Oh, Jane, nothing's ever that urgent. You're mistaking your natural determination to have this intervention be a success with a ticking clock. We can make it work. We have to. Philip must be convinced. That's all that really matters. If it takes a few hours or a few weeks, the time is irrelevant.
I suppose so.
See, Philip? I told you the future wasn't perfect. Some of us still haven't learned how to relax. Now, get out there and explore. Talk to people. Understand them. Understand us.
Thank you. I think I'll do just that. Oh no. I'm back here.
We gave you as long as we could, longer than I ever thought we could manage.
I didn't want to leave.
You understand then? Finally.
I do, yes. Of course I do. It was everything you said it was. I'm sorry I doubted you.
And you think it was worth the price we paid for it?
Right now I do. Right now I think it would be worth almost any price.
Think like a historian. I know it's difficult because this is your world, these are your people, but remember the future. Remember what you could achieve for the entire human race. Weighed against that, whatever you do now is worth it. isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. Are you all right?
I told you, being in this timeline is hard. I can't stay.
But you still haven't told me what I'm supposed to do.
I've so little time. I need to jump ahead. I'll see you soon.
Jane?
Soon.
Sir? Sir? Mr. Raven?
Yes?
I'm your driver, sir. Sorry if you've been waiting. Traffic's even worse than
Oh,
usual.
don't worry. I just came through.
If I could take your bag?
It's fine. I can manage. Lead the way.
Sorry, sir. It's just crazy out here today. Crazy most days, if I'm honest. Don't know what the world's coming to.
That's the point, isn't it?
Sorry, sir?
Oh, just thinking out loud. Nobody should have to live like this.
We still don't have confirmed figures on the number of victims in the shooting. Certainly, 8 people have been killed, with many more reported to be in a serious condition. The gunman has claimed allegiance to...
It can't go on. They were right. It just can't.
If you could place your case on the conveyor belt, sir, and raise your arms.
Of course.
That's great, sir. Thank you. Have a nice day.
I begin to wonder if that's even possible anymore.
Hello, Philip.
Jane, I was starting to think you wouldn't make it back.
You and me both. I have a matter of seconds. I could have picked a nicer place for a chat. I thought we should have privacy.
So what do you need me to do?
You won't like it, but please remember, it's the only way.
Oh, she can magic up gas masks and now a briefcase, too.
It's what's inside it that's important, and this was the only way of getting it through your security.
What is inside it?
Something our science division have constructed. Something that will do what needs to be done. Do you really want to know more than that?
No, I suppose I don't.
When you go into the summit chamber, you'll be surrounded by many of the leaders of the Western world. They need to go. We need to break this timeline, remember? Something needs to happen that's so significant that it changes everything. Only then will people be desperate enough, angry enough to finally pull together and change the world.
Significant?
It's the only way. I'm sorry. We've run all the predictions, tracked all the variables. This will work. We're not asking you to just take a leap of faith. If you do this, we know that the future will end up the way it should. Isn't that worth it? It's no good. I have to go. Please, please do it for us. For all of us.
Sorry. Sorry, I think maybe the catch slipped. I didn't lock it on purpose. Sorry. I'd better get ready.
Your cases?
Oh, yes. My cases.
Oh, typical Englishman, huh? You never can pack light.
Yes, quite.
I thought I'd bump into you at breakfast.
Oh, yes. Sorry, sorry, I was a bit distracted.
You look it. Hugging that suitcase like a damn teddy bear. What's wrong with you? We need you on your A game here, you know.
Yes, absolutely. An important day.
Damn right. We need to slap a few of these people back into line. Have you heard the Russians are threatening to hike the oil prices again?
Yes.
You know, the sooner someone gets rid of Putin, the better. We might get a better price on the next one. I might have to suggest someone at 6 looks into it as a possibility. Perhaps it should be mentioned next time we have a chat with Syria. What's the point in espionage if it doesn't improve your odds, eh?
Awful.
Let's just hope the Yanks don't beat us to it like usual. If they concentrated on their own problems for once, the rest of us might have a chance at playing the game.
The game? What's it all for?
Sorry?
We're supposed to be better than this. Aren't we? Aren't we?
Keep your damn voice down. Everyone's looking at us.
Well, they'd do better to look at themselves. We should be working for the people, for the future, to shape the things to come.
We are, obviously. As long as it's the right future, of course.
Of course.
Look, what's the problem with that case? Give it to me.
No, you can't have it. I need it.
What for?
I have to decide. Oh, God. I have to decide.
Look, I think you'd better get out. We don't need this, not today.
Don't we? Well, a friend of mine thinks we do. And I think she's right. May the future forgive me.
Scramble by Martin Kishko.
I hate it. I hate it. When will it go away?
It'll go, Mel. Perhaps it's the whistling of the wind you're hearing?
It's not the wind, and it won't go. You know I've always had it. It's that tinnitus.
Tinnitus, Mel. It'll pass. It's called tinnitus.
Whatever. I hate it. I hate it.
Press in on your ears. That used to help.
That's useless. I want to go.
Shh, quiet a moment. Let me record. This is Levant Tallis, Stonehenge, July the 12th, 2079. Wind howling, take 1.
Can we go now?
I need one more. Hear how the wind blows through them. Ah, such a beautiful sound.
Maybe to you. Imagine that sort of thing going on and on in your head.
Just think. These stones have been here for over 4,000 years, since the ancients.
Who?
The ancients. A people who believed this circle of stones was like a huge satellite dish. They believed it collected sounds from far away.
How far?
From the universe.
Sounds bigger than the Big Bang.
Perhaps bigger.
Why did they want them?
We don't know. But they also thought the stones could transmit sounds back to the heavens.
I don't believe that. Do you?
Why not?
Because you have to prove it. That's what Mum used to say. Remember?
Now, we can sometimes believe without proof, Mel.
That's stupid. Can we go now?
No, I said one more recording now. Shh. This is Levant Tallis, Stonehenge, July the 12th, 2079. Wind howling, take 2.
Why are you always collecting these stupid random sounds?
Well, they seem random now, but I can make music from them. Perhaps I'll compose a chaconne.
What's that?
It's music with something called a ground bass. A low, repeating pattern of notes. The harmony and the melody fit over it. Get it?
Whatever.
You'll understand when you become a composer like your dad. I'll be so proud of you.
I told you, I don't want to be a composer. I want to be a scientist, like Mum. That's more useful. Perhaps I'll discover a cure for the virus that killed her.
Well, remember, Mel, the greatest thing is music. Take everything away, but music will always be inside us.
I just want to get rid of this ringing in my ears.
Peters to Commander. Mission 90, January 1st, 2103. 1600 hours.
Receiving you. Go ahead.
We're over Stonehenge, sir. Suspect in sight. He's got a sound recorder.
Circle and capture his sound.
Zooming in. Playing back sound capture.
Levant Tallis, January the 1st, 2103, Stonehenge. Recording on a vintage Walkman circa 1990s. Sound effect number 439, wind.
Levant Tallis, composer and sound terrorist, leader of the Scramblers, escaped the compulsory implant procedure. Current mission to destroy the government's machine. Proceed with caution, Peters. I want him alive.
Pilot, let's go in closer and put me on external.
This is a directive of the global Western Hemisphere. All sound is suspect. All music is outlawed. You are charged with the possession of subversive sound. Surrender yourself. It is illegal to possess recorded sound.
Peters to Commander. He's ditched the evidence.
Track him.
He's taken to the woods. Lost him.
Damn. I'll get a search out for the recorder. In the interests of security, this conference call will retune at designated intervals to your implant's secure frequencies. This is my second communication as Commander-in-Chief of the Global Western Hemisphere. And again, I am pleased to report further progress on which I salute you, agents and scientists alike. Since the installation of the machine, we've monitored almost all speech through the implants inserted into 95% of the population. The machine hears everything. A question? Yes, Agent Daniels?
Sir, what about the free speech allowance?
The monthly 2 hours is for medical issues only and restricted to Category A personnel. We'll be removing this facility within the next 3 months. Yes. Peters?
Pockets of resistance still elude us. Where should our energies be directed?
The machine informs us that the Scramblers are highest priority, especially since they've formed underground allegiances with the Zarts. The Scramblers may be hearing perceptives with an ability to scramble and transmit data unintelligible to the machine. Their preferred language for scrambling? Music, which we outlawed years ago. Should such scrambled messages infiltrate the machine, the government's investment in Project Eclipse could be jeopardized. We want their leader, Levant Tallis, #1 sound terrorist.
Levant, you almost brought the chopper straight to the cave.
My timing was perfect.
Any data on you?
My notes on Project Eclipse and material for the music score. Now, don't worry. Even if they find it, they've still got nothing. Vintage Walkmans and water don't mix.
Look, about the music score. The other groups aren't convinced.
Listen. Project Eclipse is a lethal data-based weapon. Maybe they'll be convinced when the government uses the machine to transmit it. The machine is the key. Get inside the machine and we can disarm the weapon.
The machine is manned by scientists analysing sound data around the clock. Even if you found a way of hacking into it, why is your score so crucial?
I ran tests from the Zarts lab. Even in its unfinished state, parts of the score bypass the machine's filter. Let me show you. Now, this section against this one. Listen. Double up the tracks, and there's enough white noise in which to conceal scrambled data.
It's too late, Levant. The other groups voted. No confidence.
Who discovered the machine? And Project Eclipse? Are you questioning my leadership?
It was unanimous. They're looking at other methods.
My score could save us. What might they take from us next? What's left of our freedom? The planet? Who knows?
It was a mistake. You brought the agents too close for comfort.
I can work on it. I'll get it finished and prove it. Look, didn't I sacrifice everything for the cause? Didn't I?
We look at other methods.
Wait. There's another way of accessing the machine. It's not perfect, but I have done it. Bypassing an operator's implant.
Did the operator speak to you?
There was no response. Only I spoke. It was the first time since... It's a delicate situation. Needs the right time, the right data, cooperation...
Who's the operator?
Well, I told you, it's a delicate matter.
We need the name, Levant. We don't move without a name.
It's Mel. My daughter. She built the machine.
Jason, request update for personal implant software.
Entering data. Requesting update and temporary shutdown on Mel and Jason implants. Agreed. 3, 2, 1, and implants offline. We can talk freely. Can't guarantee how long we'll get.
Even by my standards, that's a clever little trick of yours.
I use it when I need a private moment. Know what I mean?
Not even the machine would want to listen to that. Now, what have we got?
It's your father. He's hacked in again. Scrambled a message and bypassed every gate and filter you built. What do you want to do, Mel?
Reject signal. And I told you, don't call Levant my father. He's a sound terrorist. The machine is my father, my son, my brother.
Your lover?
My lover? Yes.
So that's why you don't have a family?
Families are for the unambitious.
No go on signal reject. Levant's locked onto our implants and he's not going away. He's even scrambling into us while we're on update. Very impressive. The machine can't detect him. I'll report it.
Wait! Report this and the machine looks deficient. The commander will see that as human error. Do you want to build the next generation machine?
Try and stop me?
I'll talk with him. Transfer and descramble signal.
If the commander finds out, you'll be off the build in the next machine. Me too. I've got all the audio systems contracts. I could retire on that.
He won't, and you'll say nothing, Jason.
So what makes you think I'd throw it all away?
Perhaps you think I'm a bit rusty in audio retrieval systems, but I do know when the machine has been downloading forbidden music files to your palm recorder.
Pretty good, eh? Cleverly disguised in machine code. It's only a hobby.
That's why I let it through. But I don't think the commander or the government would understand it in quite the same way. What was it you downloaded? Latent codes in popular rock music of the Western Hemisphere, 1960 to 2015? That's geeky, dangerous, and classified as a punishable offence. If you didn't have that brilliant brain, I'd have made sure you were out years ago. Transfer the signal.
Wow. You hacked my files. Magic. Not easy. Any chance of dinner if the machine doesn't show? Thought not. Okay, transferring.
There's additional time for him to speak, please. It's your father, Mel.
Levant, I'm impressed. How did you bypass the extra auditory receptors this time?
You wouldn't understand.
Let me try. Perhaps some scrambled music you wanted to shove down my throat as a kid?
Something like that.
You've gone too far, Levant.
Mel, I need your help. We can talk again.
Why should I? You walked out years ago, disowned me, branded me a traitor, because our ideologies didn't fit. Because I happened to get a real career. Otherwise what? A composer like you? Wasted, underground and running scared? Leave me alone. Don't you know sound stalking's a crime, punishable by...
death. I know. You have to get out of there, Mel.
One more time, Levant. The government aren't involved in any threat or conspiracy. Remember, if it wasn't for them, I'd never have realised my ambitions.
Mel, I know there's a lot gone between us, but you must listen.
Listen to you? You're just as selfish as ever.
Like when I was a kid. All the times you told me to shut up while you were recording.
Well, I always thought about you.
You thought about me? When? When you were building weapons for resistance groups and killing innocent people?
They weren't innocent, Mel. The government is preparing a data-based weapon. Your machine is the transmitter. That's what Project Eclipse is all about.
That's just scrambler propaganda. Subversive communications breed crime. The government's right to suppress them.
Bullshit! You're wrong. It's completely the opposite. Remember how effective ultrasonics were in the last war?
These are irrational fears and fairy tales, Levant. It's no wonder my mother never read any to me. You were so full of them yourself. She couldn't stand it. Now leave me alone. Contact puts my life at risk. Levant?
Signal terminated. He's gone, Mel.
Oh, I hate it.
What's wrong, Mel?
Nothing.
Is it a machine error?
No.
I'll scan it.
No, Jason, I said no.
You know what? If I was guessing, I'd say you've got an auditory disturbance of the middle ear. Keith Moon of The Who had that. I'd even go for the designer of the greatest sound receiving machine in the world suffers from tinnitus. Now, isn't that ironic?
Ironic, yes. You'll say nothing, that's an order.
Didn't show up on your medical then?
It's been latent. Minor relapse, forget it.
Hold it. 3 seconds to implants online. Software update complete. Message input. Commander and Peters approaching.
Commander, Agent Peters.
Sir, we're honoured by your personal visit. Is it a problem or a promotion?
Our signal trace for Levant paid off. Machine security located a scrambled signature at the first input stage. It was him. Did any such message reach the machine room?
Levant didn't hack through this far, sir.
Jason?
Nothing, sir.
Search the signature. We need his location.
Signature has erratic waveforms. Negative.
Keep trying. Now, Jason, you're the vintage audio expert. Take a look at this. It was Levant's.
Ah, classic Walkman. Circa 1990s. Metallic blue. Poor condition, logo intact. Snazzy.
But what about the data?
Audio tape. Magnetic ferrous oxide. It's a C90. Severely water damaged. Irretrievable data. What's so important about it?
Years ago, the government aborted an attack by sound terrorists. They transmitted music files, concealing plans to destroy our uranium reserves and hack into the hemisphere's central bank. Luckily, it was crudely scrambled, but a close call for the government. That's why we culled all musicians and composers.
We believe Levant is working on a similar music system that could sabotage both the machine and Project Eclipse.
He's been branded a modern-day ancient.
An ancient? They're a myth. Something the Americans of the 20th century fed the press with. Same as that nonsense about aliens.
Whether ancient or scrambler, Levant escaped our clutches. He is dangerous. Retrieve the data.
Sir, there's an alert from machine security. Another message traced to Levant.
Hold it at machine port.
Holding.
Calculate location.
Calculating.
My God! Look at the signal. He's evading the search and still locking onto us.
Almost as if he's a regular visitor.
Can you explain this, Mel?
He's first time lucky, sir. The machine's tracking. Nearest source for signal is zone T34. He's all yours.
That's Stonehenge again.
Bring him in for interrogation.
Levant Tallis, recording on personal dicta drive, August the 6th, 2103. Wind at double circle of Bluestones, Stonehenge, take 2. Oh, not again! Engage dicta help.
Help file engaged.
Set time release message.
Time release message engaged. Input message.
This is Levant Tallis. In the event of my death, this drive will release collected data to assist any scrambler or other designated personnel on recognition of voice patterns L1 to L4.
Accepted. Helicopter approaches in current zone. Chase imminent.
I'm getting too old for this.
Increase speed. Return to workshop. Microchips of SCORE are left in full view.
Oh, shit.
Agents have activated lasers to stun.
Yes, I noticed. What now?
Engaging laser avoidance system. Turn right 30 degrees. Left 10 degrees.
Left.
Estimate you will reach cave entrance before helicopter lands. Now go right 40 degrees.
Update.
Agents forcing an entry. Microchip copies of SCORE will be visible to agents in 30 seconds.
So tell me a hiding place then.
Eat the chips.
You're joking. That's not very healthy.
Eat, or they'll go anyway.
Down the hatch.
Dispose of drive. Suction vent for drive is to your left. It'll be conveyed to Safe Haven 4, the oak tree. Good luck, Levant. Your most likely escape route is exit 2, with a 5 to 1 chance of survival. Dispose of this drive.
He's eating the SCORE.
Stop him and take him alive.
Spider-Man, come on. I don't know what you mean.
Take him to interrogation.
Camera interrogation system ready, sir.
Strap him in. We're going to make a little film, Levant, to entertain some of your friends.
18 certificate, presumably. Whatever next.
You're vermin, Levant. Like all scramblers and zarts.
Oh, flattery. Quite a virtue for an agent.
Eating microchipped music. Whatever next. Violins, guitars. Perhaps Daniels can move some of it along your gut a bit. Now we've had starters, let's discuss the main course. Where's the data for the SCORE? The sounds you collected?
I have no sounds.
A composer without sounds? Daniel, serve the main course. Let's make it simple. The dicta drive. Where's the dicta drive?
It got trashed. And the guarantee was out. Shame. Good bit of kit.
Switch on the earpiece. Like our little toy.
Music to my ears.
Increase the volume. Where's the scrambler's base?
Don't know any.
You had musical instruments. Only Zarts build prohibited instruments. Where are they hiding?
Not mine. I don't know. Zarts.
Increase to maximum. Do you have accomplices in the machine room? In the receiver room? In government?
Machine.
Who do you know? Increase decibels and tone.
I am.
Go on.
I am proud of the machine.
He's lost it. Pulse.
He's dead.
Remove his ears. Keep the camera running, then dispose of him.
It's Peters. He's online.
Put him through.
Jason, we've been waiting for the Levant data.
No go. Vintage Walkman. He knows his stuff. Totally irretrievable.
Try again. It's all we've got. Levant's dead.
Dead?
Didn't work out. I'm forwarding a film of the last few minutes of Levant's life. Transmit it on any stray scrambler frequencies you've got. Once they see what we do to scramblers and how he switched allegiance in his dying moments, they'll be running like rats.
Switched allegiance? How?
Said he was proud of the machine. We finally got through to him. I'll be at my terminal.
Show me the film. He took off his ears. I wouldn't have wished that on anyone. What kind of government would do that?
You could never have known it would go this far. But look at it logically. It would only take one sound terrorist to copy the tactics of the suicide bombers of the last century and the machine and everything you've worked for would be useless.
Maybe. Rewind it a bit.
I am proud of the
he have changed sides?
He didn't. He never would. What he meant was he was proud of me. That's the first time he said he was proud. All those years apart, he might as well have been dead. And now he is.
Mel, you're not responsible.
Levant was as selfish as they come. If he was prepared to die in interrogation, I think he had good reasons. Give me the Walkman.
The data's irretrievable.
Give it here, I want to try something.
There's nothing you can do.
I said give!
Take it. But you're wasting your time.
Fill in for me. I'm signing off sick. I'm at home if you need me.
Welcome home, Mel.
Computer access machine.
Don't I get in hello? Sorry, I spoke.
Hello. Did you have a good update? Are we friends again? Now, access machine.
I had a good update, thank you. Accepted. Machine online.
Mute my implant. I'm using some of my monthly allowance.
State reason to machine.
Consultation with my gynecologist.
Accepted.
Voice recognition ident. Mel. Password. Magnum. Load and access archive audio tools. Attempt to restore tape fragment.
Tools loaded. Attempting data restoration.
Playback. Increase tape speed by 25%. Splice. Resplice. Transform and re-edit. And playback.
A weapon.
Activate cleanup tools. Descramble. Computer record.
It is, in fact, a weapon. A lethal weapon. Traced in government file Project Eclipse. Entry code 4LDF_80102/J09.
Computer access machine via my secure network. Input recorded code.
Latched. Code accessing machine classified files. 1 of 1. Memo. Number of lines, 1. Project Eclipse weapon system approved. Orange status. Final tests and ARM.
Hide access. Sign out of machine.
Accepted. Signed out.
Computer, call Jason.
Mel.
Jason, we can speak. I'm on allowance. I found something on the tape.
Don't tell me. Not that Missing Queen album from 1981, is it? That's a real gap in my collection.
It was Levant's voice.
Who else? It was his Walkman. But cool. How did you reconstitute the tape?
Remember archive audio tools?
Primitive school teaching package circa 2085. No. Tell.
The restore facility worked first time.
And?
I was wrong. Project Eclipse is a data weapon. What they're going to do with it, I don't know. There was a government file
They
reference.
must have one hell of a programmer. I'd like to take a look at it.
It's not some geek game to get off on, Jason.
Okay. But you have to get back, Mel. It's the Levant signatures. The commander suspects Levant made a previous communication. That puts us in an awkward position.
That's more dangerous than awkward. Stay and we'll end up like Levant.
Hey, hold on. I wasn't looking at getting out, more of covering up.
Covering up? What planet are you on? It's too late. We're out of here.
What about the machine?
Separation mutual, but we're still good friends. You want to stay and build the next one? Go ahead, but hang on to your ears. One way or another, you'll be found out.
Okay, so they find I let in Levant's message. I was just following your orders.
Not smart enough. What about your downloads? Doesn't look good, does it? One I traced to the Zarts? You've been using them to supply prohibitive music. That's enough to put you away for good. It's only a question of time before they work out that some machine code they're looking at is an album from 1986.
Oh.
Devil or the Deep Blue Sea. I need the very best analyst with me on this.
No.
I have this kind of strange picture in my mind's eye of the commander trying to get to grips with Queen's greatest hits. Let's talk about it over dinner.
Dinner?
Oh.
Mel? What's going on? Mel? Mel, are you there?
Hold the line, I need my pills.
Line holding for 1 minute. Warning, your personal allowance expires in 1 minute.
Oh, I hate it.
Line terminating.
Mel, wake up. Here, drink this.
Thanks.
What happened?
My ears. It's getting worse.
Stress, long hours, and what with Levant's death.
Mel, continuing personal allowance. 1 minute owing.
Proceed. Replay Levant audio. Jason, listen to this.
It is, in fact, a weapon. A lethal weapon. Traced in government file Project Eclipse.
And look. Computer, display the government file.
Levant was brilliant to hack through this far. Even you should be proud of a father like that.
But what kind of weapon is it?
And against who? The Eastern Hemisphere?
It's possible, but we've had détente since the last war.
Okay. So they're targeting scramblers and Zarts?
Or what if it's a weapon that could censor visual communication as well as sound?
God forbid. No 1960s album covers as well as soundtracks.
I wouldn't make that a priority. We have to get to grips with Project Eclipse. Find how Levant intended to sabotage it. We can't do it with our implants still in. I know the Zarts can remove them, and I know you have the contacts.
This Zart I know has a backstreet lab. Say nothing till we get inside. Their scanner will block our implants.
Warning. Allowance terminated.
What a place.
Pretty good for the back of a sushi bar, eh? This is Carl.
What about the instruments?
We're totally soundproofed. I've been building and playing here for years. Even when the agents have been eating sushi on the other side of that wall.
Is that what I think it is?
Built from scratch. Based on fragments of the last remaining art. Almost burnt to ashes on the government's wastelands. This one's going to a collector who's completing an orchestra.
There are still orchestras?
Well, not sizable ones. You need players with scrambled or extracted implants. Bit risky. Most buyers go for our line in robotic players.
Carl, we need a few things.
Aye, we heard about Levant. We'll help all we can. What do you want?
We need our implants removed.
Infrasonics and a few gadgets. You'll feel the odd rumble at the base of your skull, but that's all. Anything else?
Yeah, we've got some material Levant recorded. It's a fragment of the file left on his dicta drive. If we can find the drive, it may explain how he intended to sabotage the government's weapons project.
It isn't only the government that has everything covered. We've got hideaways and dead letter drops all over the country. We use them as safe havens for hardware. Don't worry. We'll find Levant's drive. Now, how are you gonna pay?
I thought you wanted to help out.
Zarts have to live somehow. It'll be a few thou. I'll throw in an audio translator. Version 4, cash only.
Done.
Anything else? Jason, you might be interested. We've recently acquired some vintage recordings.
Vinyl?
Surface scratching only. Can be cleaned up for a price.
Carl, time's of the essence. Let's deal with our implants.
OK. Insert these sound coils into each ear. Computer, start implant scramble. And erase.
Sir, we've lost track of their implants.
The mole will verify their location soon enough.
The mole?
Government special personnel. Even I don't know the identity yet. They're going undercover and looking for one clean swoop on Zarts, scramblers, or any jumped-up hippies who fancy themselves as ancients.
Took a few days longer than we thought, but we've got Levant's dicta drive. It's still in good shape.
Sounds promising. Jason, look at this. Levant's file has got a remnant of a work by those composers culled by the government. Listen. Levant has put frequency markers throughout. That's serious work. And something else. The group drew up this list of Neolithic sites. But what's that got to do with Project Eclipse?
Or perhaps the site names are some kind of access code? Or perhaps weapon data's concealed at the sites themselves?
I don't think so. Levant's list has a definite link to this music. So there must be a specific connection between the music and the sites.
A connection only a composer of that era would know of. Carl, are any of them still alive?
Well, there's old Aidan. He survived the cull and paid the price for it. If he is still alive, alive isn't a word I'd use.
Can you take us to him?
Well, the question is whether he'll see you. There's very little left of him. Shit! It's a raid. Computer, go to camera. Agents approaching.
It's Peters! How did they find us so quickly?
The implants. The monitor shows there was a stray transmission on Jason's implant before we blocked it. Careless talk.
There was no careless talk. Perhaps he missed something, like a residual echo off the implant.
Come on, follow me.
Shoot to stun.
Behind the cellos. Get down.
Spray the place. Let's roll the piano. Come on, push. Look out! You go. I'll cover. And sorry.
About what?
Your harp.
No, not the harp.
I said go!
Mel, look out. Blocker, Jason.
Jason, no!
Ah! Quick, this way.
What about Jason?
Down here, to the sewers.
Wait for me. Find them. I'm here.
Quick, along here. Keep to the centre. You'll avoid the rats, but there's more.
We know what's down here, Carl. God, the stink.
Ow! Hold on a minute.
Jason, are you all right?
It's just a stun.
It's lucky. They were probably down on power.
Could be a bit of business there. Power cells for government lasers. That is if I ever want to switch sides. Sorry, just a joke.
It's not funny, Carl. Can you manage to move on, Jason?
You look unsteady on that leg. I think Mel should check the wound.
Why should I check it?
You're the scientist. I'm the musician. I'll watch out.
Ouch! What do you think?
It's a bit raw. You'll live.
Come on, move it. Over there. That's where we go up. Right, get out quick. Jason, close the cover. Right, now grab this rubbish bin, pull it over the hole. Good. On cue. There he is.
Who?
Scarlatti.
I don't see anyone, Carl.
See the cat? That's Scarlatti. He's a Zart. Follow him. He carries a scanner. Blocks government traces in this neck of the woods. Go. Go, I'll check behind.
Jason, we're following a cat. Are you sure we can trust Carl?
Don't worry.
OK, I've got a car round the corner.
How much further is it?
This is it.
Sunnyview Transit Homes Park. Seen sunnier days, that's for sure.
Also known as the Wastelands.
My God. What happened here?
The great government cover-up. Largest site in the hemisphere. 70,000 transit homes torched.
But why?
The transmission of anti-government data were traced here. They smoked the place out, killed thousands of innocent people.
Did you know about this, Jason?
Well, it wasn't the issue whether the community torched themselves to bring down the government. Some kind of suicide plot.
That's insane.
Hey, that's what I heard. I'm only the audio guy.
Aiden was the sole survivor. Near burnt to a crisp. They couldn't implant him. Too much damage to his neural pathways. So they left him here to caretake the furnaces they built. Still burning music from the last century. There's your last living composer, reduced to lashing tarpaulin around his wreck of an home. Aiden!
Who wants him?
Looks like you got your work cut out for you. Let's give you an hand. Jason, come on, you take that end.
If you're agents, I've got a right to be here. The furnaces are stoked. Check them if you like. I keep myself to myself. You won't find 1 decibel of illegal sound unless the sea and rain are censored these days. Now, tie it back to that metal rod. That's the one. So, if you're not agents, who are you?
My name's Mel. This is Jason. And that's Carl. He's a Zart.
Resistance group, then. I can't help.
Aiden, my father was a composer like you.
There's a squall brewing. If you know what's good, you're clear off now.
He was working on a score. A score the government wanted to destroy.
Sounds about right. I got away with my life once. I'm not going there again.
Could we come in?
Hurry up!
We bought you something.
Panpipes. I haven't seen panpipes for years. Let me see.
Even Apollo couldn't match this beauty.
Aiden, did you know my father, Levant Tallis?
I met other composers. He may have been one of them. Who knows?
Levant was killed by agents. He left 2 important documents on his dicta drive. A remnant of a music score and a list of Neolithic sites. Any idea what that could mean?
I told you I'm a lame duck. I don't want to be a dead one.
Aiden, what would happen if I was to pass these pipes with your prints on to government agents? I could say I found them right here.
Show me the score.
Dicta drive display score.
I thought all that had been destroyed.
You know what it is?
Saw it a long time back. It's the work of a group of composers known as the Culled 10.
Go on.
They were continually reworking the score. I had my theories.
And?
These fragments here, they look like musical movements. I thought they might be linked to the sites in some way.
But how?
Environmental. Natural music. Sounds created by wind, water, ice. Even the wind blowing through stones.
Mel and Jason believe the purpose of the score is to sabotage a government weapon.
A weapon? Against whom?
Well, that's what we need to find out. It's called Project Eclipse.
My advice, forget it.
Why?
Why? Because of what I heard from the dying lips of one of the 10. It meant all this was destined for failure.
I don't understand.
Once the score was complete, they said that only a descendant of the ancients, they rummaged around Stonehenge 4,000 years ago, would have the knowledge to unlock the power of the score. To be effective, it had to be performed by one of their line, a special individual, a messiah, if you like. Without that ancient, you're wasting your time.
Ancients? Come on, Aiden, that's all nonsense.
Is it? Rumours of government vaults in which the remains of ancients were kept for experiments. Remains that were intact except for the ears. Others said the government discovered that the ancients could hear and transmit sounds that would have immense power over the earth. Perhaps they wanted that power for themselves.
And you really believe that?
I believe that without an ancient, you're looking for a needle in a haystack.
It's a search we have to make. We've got some sands to collect first, starting with the Gloucestershire Longstone.
Ah, that'll be the standing stone at Minchinhampton. Weather-beaten, more holes than stone.
Should make quite a good sound then. One more question. The talisman you wear, where did it come from?
Family heirloom, passed down generations.
Oh. We'll be in touch.
Don't count on it. And hey, leave me those panpipes.
The long stone. There it is.
Keep going. Closer. Can't you hear?
Over here. This is a better angle, as the wind increases.
Jason, set the drive to record.
Wind's picking up again. Get ready.
Isn't it beautiful?
Ready.
Ident, Gloucestershire Longstone.
Recording at the burial chamber of the Whispering Knight Stone Formation, Oxfordshire.
See how the stones lean towards each other, like the figures of knights in armour. That creates the whispers. Record.
So what is this thing?
Burial chamber. Can you get an extreme close-up of water hitting the capstone? Go in closer. Ident. Zena Coit Burial Chamber. Rain on capstone. Access computer.
Welcome home, Mel. Before you don't ask, I had a good day.
Line up geographical sites with sound samples.
Arranging and processing.
Play samples. Look for encryptions.
Processing negative encryptions.
Call Jason on scramble frequency 1.849.
Online.
Jason.
Can't speak now. I'm downloading some EPs.
EPs? What are they?
On vinyl singles. They were big in the 1960s.
Can't they wait? Look, I've drawn a blank on the sounds we collected.
Audio analysis. Nothing I can't do.
Great.
On one condition.
Hmm?
Dinner. At my place. Well, this is quite a turnaround for a woman who once said the machine was her lover.
Saving my life. Seduction. Sex and whiskey in bed. How could the machine compete? Wait, Jason. What about the audio stuff?
Don't worry. It's all in there. Your laptop's programmed to deliver when cooked.
I never thanked you properly for saving my life.
You're thanking me now.
Mel, your result.
Here it comes.
Let me listen.
We can do both.
Results negative.
Check for frequency maps.
Negative.
And check for other internal relationships.
Negative.
Rearrange material at ×10.
No codes, encryptions, or relationships.
No, stop.
Now what? I'll reprogram it later.
There have to be some kind of compositional rules by which this material's organised.
Composition? You're on your own. Didn't you learn anything from Levant?
Time to get back to Aiden and brush up on our scales and harmony.
If you don't open it, I'll have to force it.
Wait. I told you to stay away and stop wasting your time.
Aiden, I need you to take another listen to Levant's music score.
I told you everything.
I don't believe you. Do it for Levant, Aiden.
Why would I do it for Levant?
I wasn't sure before, but I am now.
Of what?
The talisman you wear. I remember now. Levant carried it everywhere. I don't think you took it, Aiden. I think he gave it to you.
What if he did?
He'd only give it to someone he cared about. I think you were important to each other.
It was at the point I'd lost everything. Levant took me under his wing, taught me everything I know. He wanted me in with the Scramblers. I wouldn't. I knew he was getting into some heavy government stuff. I knew it'd be dangerous. I tried to warn him. That's all I could do. He was obsessive.
You owe him, Aiden. Listen to the score.
Play it. Needs a structure. Musical form. Computer, scan musical forms and rearrange material to fit.
Processing. Negative on rondo. Theme and variations. Sonata or symphonic.
Your father had a favourite piece. Do you remember?
Some kind of violin piece?
Bach's Chaconne uses a ground bass, a repeating bass pattern on which the upper parts of the work fit harmonically and melodically with the lower. Computer, try Chaconne.
Processing. All upper parts have pitch and harmonic relationships.
That's good. Look for encryption.
None detected.
Not surprising. There's no bass part. The ground bass is missing.
Affirmative. Ground bass absent. No sound sample. Sample is necessary to trigger any encryptions in upper parts.
So where is the sample?
All I know is this. Levant would have expected to find a sample of this type at Stonehenge, in the vicinity of the heel stone. 35 tons of rock.
Okay, Jason, you pick up the sound from Stonehenge. I'll fine-tune the other sections with Aiden.
I'll take Alice.
Who's Alice?
My dicta drive. I call it Alice Cooper. You wouldn't get it.
You're looking for a repetitive pattern, a subterranean waveform. You'll need a dual-rod transcorder, hard to come by.
I know. The government put them into meltdown. There's only one I know of. It won't come cheap.
Don't tell me. Carl?
He'll hire it if he goes with it.
I was thinking about Carl. The business with the agents storming his lab. You don't think...
I don't know.
Couldn't you persuade him to let you go it alone?
If it's the transcorder you want, we take it or leave it.
The Zarts at Stonehenge have tagged some wildlife round here. Keeps the agents chasing foxes instead of Zarts.
They stay pretty much undercover then?
There's a cave northeast of here. The Zarts are safe there.
You go ahead. Check it's all clear at the stones, then give me the signal.
Aye. Okay.
Jason to Peters. Jason to Peters, read me on reserve implant frequency 3.467.
Frequency 3.467, receiving you, Jason.
The Zarts have a cave. Due northeast, over.
Confirmed. Proceed with mission.
Got you.
Didn't you see my signal? What took you so long? Who were you talking to?
It was Mel. We have a two-way communicator, my own design. Tuned into a rogue frequency.
Let me speak to her.
I've got all her instructions. We're paying top money for this. Let's get the sound.
There may be things to clarify about the sound pattern.
Don't worry. Mel will sort it. We need to get it back as soon as possible. Sync the recording rods in here and here.
Checking levels. Recording. Loop complete. We've got it.
Now give me the chip for safekeeping.
Wait.
What is it?
I'm picking up an SOS. It's the Zarts.
We haven't got time. Give me the chip.
Wait. It's the northeast cave. You told the agents.
Give me the chip.
That's quite an antique. The ZG-14. I'm surprised agents have still issued that class of laser. That model's useless against a Zart.
Don't call my bluff. Hand it over.
How much did they buy you for? Was it in safe havens or bonners?
I need the chip. And when Mel's created the score to sabotage Project Eclipse, I'll take that too. Quite a radical career route to taking control of the Western Hemisphere, don't you think?
Useless. I told you.
The chip.
It stays with me.
Frequency 3.467. Everything okay, Jason? Do you have the chip?
Yeah, I've got it.
And the Zart?
Dead.
Get back to Mel's lab. The commander wants the score by tomorrow.
Mel, let me in.
Computer, open door. Jason, you didn't call. Did you get the chip?
Safe and sound.
Where's Carl?
Oh, didn't make it. Couldn't be trusted. Sold out to the government.
Shit. So my instincts were right then.
Even sold out the whereabouts of a Zart base.
Do you think he passed on any information? What about the sound sample?
Impossible.
Okay. Computer, download chip. Place material in baseline of score. Rearrange parts to fit.
380,000 possible vertical alignments.
Only a few more than I expected then. How long's that going to take?
Estimate 3 days.
We need it in the next 24 hours. What are the odds of aligning the sample first time round?
14,490 to 1. Also detecting corrupt data on the head of your recording. Repair requested.
I'll call you when it's fixed.
Jason, why is it taking so long?
Corrupt data. She's fixing it. Then there's processing time.
Time we don't have. The machine needs the completed score to learn how to ignore such data. Otherwise, Project Eclipse is at risk. We had a deal, Jason.
I'm sure I can find a way. Perhaps we'll get lucky.
Did you compute the odds?
About 3,000 to 1.
Good. Mel trusts you, Jason, and we trust you. We know it's impossible to get that information by force. She'll always hide something, memorize some significant number system, directory route. You are the key. Bring us the completed score. No score, no reward.
Waking Mel. Waking Mel.
Progress?
Corrupt data restored. Error located. Score configuration incorrect.
Incorrect? What's incorrect?
Stonehenge sample incorrect.
But that's where Aiden said it was. Call Jason on scramble frequency.
Unavailable. Leave a message.
Jason, where are you? The sound sample didn't work out. We've missed something. I'm taking Aiden to Stonehenge.
Hey, what about me?
And you. You must have forgotten something, Aiden. Where is the sound?
At the heel stone. That's all I know.
Didn't Levant ever tell you where else he might look? You must remember something.
No.
What did you do when you came here with Levant?
We talked.
What about?
Our hopes, our dreams, we recorded, we drank. Levant was fun. Bit of a trickster, you know.
A trickster? How?
He once played a trick on me. Hid somewhere around these stones.
Where exactly was he?
Don't know. Can't remember. I could hear his voice, but I couldn't find him. The stones throw sounds around. He finally appeared near the heel stone.
I need to check it.
But you've already got your recording from around the heel stone.
I want to feel the stone. Here, help me. Feel for any unusual crevices or cracks.
We should go, Mel.
Wait! Here. Push here.
This stone weighs 35 tons. What are you trying to do?
Push here. This section is going to slide. Now pull.
A burial chamber.
I can't see how deep it is, but there seem to be footholds. That must be where Levant hid. And that's the sound Levant was thinking of. We don't need a transcorder for that. Computer, record. Identing. Wind in burial chamber. Stonehenge. Got it.
Shit! Agents! They've tracked me! Get in the chamber!
What?
Get in there! They won't see you!
Danger. Mind the drop.
Aiden? Aiden?
Mel, you're losing consciousness. Monitoring life systems.
Attention.
Levant?
This is the dicta drive of Levant Talis.
Levant, is that you?
Mel, you are losing consciousness. You are losing consciousness.
I hate it. I hate it. When will it go away?
It'll go away, Mel.
It's not the wind.
Perhaps it's the whistling of the wind.
Can we go now, Dash? Imagine that sort of thing going
That's
on
such
in
a
your head.
beautiful sound.
It won't go. It won't go. It won't go.
Levant. Oh.
Listen carefully.
Dad?
This dicta drive will trigger a message timed for release at 1 a.m. on August the 11th, 2103. Say yes to accept.
You frightened me. Yes.
Message begins. This is Levant Talis. This drive only recognizes the voice patterns of those I've pre-selected for access. Any rogue voice patterns will cause this drive to self-destruct. Enter your voice pattern.
Levant, can you hear me? It's Mel.
Voice recognition completed. Hello, Mel. We finally get to speak, face to face.
Face to face. But you're dead.
This message is a cloned conversation constructed from a downloaded copy of what was once my living memory. As if I were here with you now.
A safety copy of the human mind? An audio clone? That's brilliant! How did you do it?
I'm sorry, Mel, that information isn't stored. Our conversation will only contain data that will assist the configuration of my score. I'm assuming you have it.
Yes.
Then follow my instructions. Input the score from your computer to this drive. Once loaded, erase the score from your computer.
Ready.
Begin transfer.
Computer. Transfer score data to dicta drive and erase home file on completion. Levant?
Yes.
You know I was responsible for what they did to you.
We're still talking.
Sure.
And just think. Perhaps my spirit is sitting somewhere in the universe, recording the winds on a myriad other planets. I'd have you to thank for that.
That's one way of looking at it.
Perhaps one day you'll join me there. Help me record a few solar winds. I remember the times we spent here when you were a girl.
This time I promise not to get too bored.
We must continue. Dicta drive display score. Good. All sections intact. Perform recent samples. Sample 4 is correct.
It can't be. I've already tried it.
It has to be recorded during the planetary conjunction.
What on earth are you talking about?
Saturn in Aquarius. The conjunction begins at 3 a.m.
Tonight? You're joking.
In 2 hours. And the transmission of the completed score must take place within the period of the conjunction. If that happens, I believe the score will disengage the harmony of the spheres.
Harmony of the spheres? What kind of harmony?
The harmony of planetary motion. As each planet spins on its axis, it creates its own vibration. All vibration is sound, so each planet has its own musical note. Jupiter is a C-sharp 88 octaves below middle C.
So the planets together create a chord?
A chord of immense power. That's what the ancients feared most. They revered the harmony of the spheres, but they also knew of the destruction it could cause if a method of harnessing it fell into the wrong hands.
So if Project Eclipse is that weapon, how will the West use it?
It could freeze, even destroy all audio waves. Mute a whole civilization, the Eastern Hemisphere. Perhaps the entire globe. It would create chaos.
An audio eclipse of the whole Earth? They want to mute the Earth?
It'll happen unless my score prevents it.
But how?
Well, the ancients knew that certain frequencies of sound collected from stone circles could produce music. Once transmitted to the spheres, this music would create patterns of resonance and disable the chord. My score is structured to create precisely those patterns. If we can scramble the score into the machine and transmit it, we can destroy Project Eclipse. There's not much time. We've got to record the final sample.
But wait, what about the ancient? Aiden said there was some kind of messiah, a modern-day ancient. Only that person could unlock the true power of the score.
Well, I've built in every musical device I can think of to substitute the ancient. Now let's focus on getting that final sample.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the machine room. I'm pleased to inform you that Project Eclipse has completed its trials. We are less than 2 hours away from deployment. The machine is primed and ready to transmit the data. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Agent Daniels?
What about Jason and the school? All our efforts will be worthless if we don't have their data. That date would interfere with any aspect of deployment.
We must proceed. Saturn is in Aquarius. The weapon will only transmit within this precise astronomical window. We're confident Jason will secure the data and that the machine will neutralize it before we transmit. Any questions?
It's almost time. Ready to record the final sample.
Countdown to conjunction, 8 seconds.
Ident. Sample 4, take 2. Got it.
Dicta drive. Place the final sample in the score. Play and verify.
It fits.
Prepare to scramble score into the machine.
Entering conjunction coordinates. Entering frequency 3.799.
Transmitting.
Transmitting. It's crashed.
Arm Project Eclipse.
Processing data. Project Eclipse armed.
Request machine transmission of data.
Downloaded. Machine primed to transmit Project Eclipse.
What's the problem?
Perhaps it's the level of the sample. Adjust it. Transfer at factor 20.
It's not working.
Stand by. Transmit data.
Machine not responding, sir. Something's blocking us. I'm trying other channels.
Okay, we've got something. The signal's tuned into the machine, but not latching on. It's not going to make it.
Keep trying.
Any progress?
Weapon's armed, but there's a glitch. Interference.
Put me on to Jason. We have to get that data.
Connected.
Jason, where are you?
I'm near Stonehenge.
What's going on?
Darts.
Can you hold them? I'm sending backup. Get the score, do you hear me? If you want to build the next machine, you'll secure the data. This mission depends on it. Success is your only option.
Commander. Jason to Commander. Do you read me? It's down. Shit.
Now what? The score's perfect and we're mid-conjunction. We're losing time.
Something still doesn't fit.
I'm checking. It's all absolutely correct. Everything is in its place.
Oh, wait. Well, that's it. It's the opposite. The score's correct, but it's too correct.
Too correct? How can it be too correct?
Well, that's my fault. The piece is centered on harmonic language, on everything fitting into its exact place.
I don't get it.
A 20th century Viennese school. We'll fill that gap in your knowledge someday.
Can't wait.
The language of the piece isn't about harmony at all. The final sound should make a score that creates disharmony, and in turn, disharmony with the sphere's chord. Play the sound backwards and with a higher pitch. That'll create disharmony.
Right.
Mel, what's going on? I was worried. Did you get the sound?
We got it, but...
What do you mean?
Levant left a virtual conversation. I'm helping him with the final sound. We're almost there, Jason. Let's try a transmit again.
Give me the drive.
There's nothing you can do, Jason. We've tried everything. We're doing all we can to transmit the score. It's just the final sound. It needs changing in some way.
What way?
Get down, agents!
Down. Jason and Peter. The drive's here. Hold back a moment.
We're holding, Jason. Ready to come in when you give the word.
What have you done, Jason?
I could have built the next machine, if I wanted to, in exchange for this little piece of music here. But I have other plans.
Don't do it, Jason!
Give me the drive.
Go to hell! You screwed me, now screw yourself! You cut my face!
See how stupid that was? Now I've got the drive. Do yourself a favor. How does the final sound need changing? Tell me and I'll buy you safe passage.
I don't know. It was too complicated.
If I line this laser up with your ear, is the answer any clearer?
I told you I couldn't work it out.
Then why don't we ask your music teacher, Levant? Or perhaps I should hand you over to Peters. I'm sure he has some new techniques he'd like to try out on that wonderful body of yours.
You're sick, Jason.
Now ask Levant.
Listen, Jason, we can stop the government. Think of all those innocent people.
Ask him.
My memory banks recognize your voice. Jason, isn't it? Someone I once trusted. You covered for Mel in the machine room. Don't shoot, Jason. I'll give you access. I have the information.
No, Levant!
I predict the sound will need reversing and the pitch increased by 2.5 semitones. Disharmony. The final sound will modify the score to clash with anything that's in harmony.
How very post-New Age punk. Not that either of you would know what that is. Do it.
Mel, modify the final sound.
Done.
Play it through. Let's see if you're a platinum disc winner, Levant. What's the status of the score?
It's good.
Check it can access the machine.
Checking. Positive. Access is possible.
Hold access.
Jason, what's going on? We need the drive.
Stay back. I don't want it harmed. Listen to me.
No. You listen to me. We need the drive safely back at base, now.
I don't think you heard me, Peters. I said wait. The drive's going nowhere. The score will be copied to my palm recorder within seconds. I'll transmit it to the machine unless I get 20 million transferred to my account.
Don't be stupid, Jason. Who's going to give you that? Hand it over.
Well, let me show you what happens if I press this.
No, wait.
And I want safe passage out of the hemisphere. I'll take your chopper. And a jet fueled and waiting. Then you get the score. Tell the commander that's my final offer.
Peters to HQ. Sir, I have a message from Jason.
I heard it. Hold for a moment. Let me check. It's Jason. Could he really scramble into the machine from a palm recorder?
He's a wizard. Double doctorate. Could even build the next weapon on a speck of dust given the chance.
What's the machine's status?
double red and searching for self-repair. He's already bypassed the machine's filters. If he transmits, it could take us out.
What if we shut down the machine and reboot a fraction of a second later? Wouldn't it block his moment of transmission?
There's not enough time for a reboot, sir.
Shit! Come in, Peters. Tell him we'll do it.
You've got it, Jason. Check your palm coder. You'll see the money's been transferred.
Let me see. Healthy. That's a hell of a lot of vintage Black Sabbath. Might even buy my own tribute band. Now leave me a clear path. Don't try anything. One shot and I'll trigger the palm coder and Project Eclipse will be Ozzy Osbourne into history.
Agreed.
There's just one more message I have to leave. And it's for Levant's drive.
No, don't! Don't do it!
They don't make them like they did in the 20th century. Be careful, Mal. Pretty fingers and red-hot drives don't mix. Oh, and say hello to the commander for me.
Get the girl.
Where is she?
She was there a moment ago.
The mist's too thick.
Peters to base.
Reading you.
Jason's on his way.
What about Mel? Take her alive.
We've lost her in the mist. Can you send a search with probes?
Shit.
Requesting Dick to drive reserve memory and battery backup. Come on! You can do it. Power up on reserve. Come on! Power up, for God's sake!
Mel, come in, please.
Levant, yes. Come on, you can do it. Requesting reserve memory.
I need your help.
Levant!
There's little time.
Can we transmit the score on reserve?
The score's incomplete.
Incomplete? It can't be! Wait. Maybe the damage to the drive has confused your processing abilities.
No, Mel. It still won't work.
But it locked onto the machine and went through all the filters.
It did, but it'll never transmit. I hoped it would work, but we still need a final sound.
The final sound? I thought we had that.
No. The final sound from the Ancient's Messiah.
So Aidan was right. We need the Ancient. The needle in the haystack. The government will use their weapon and there's no score in place to stop it. You knew about the Ancient. But the truth is you never bothered to look for him. You were too conceited. Thought you could create all the material yourself.
Oh, I did look, Mel. I found the lineage. I looked for descendants. And I found more than I could ever have imagined.
Who was he?
Me, Mel. He was me.
You? Now I am confused. You're telling me you're a direct descendant of the Ancients?
The knowledge drove me and your mother apart. She thought I was losing it.
But what about the missing sound?
I never carried that crucial sound. The sound that would save the Earth. I wasn't the last of the Ancients' line. Nearly, but not quite.
So if what you say is true, I'm the next in line. But I'm no Messiah.
I'm sorry, Mel.
Sorry, there's nothing to be sorry about. How can I be the Messiah? If I was, I'd know if I had the missing sound.
You have it, Mel. It's yours.
That's crazy. You know me. I was never any good at music. Never interested in it.
You have it inside you.
I don't have any sounds inside me. Except... No. Not...
It's true, Mel. It's not tinnitus. It's the sound the ancients searched for.
No, I don't believe you.
You are the one.
I can't be. Look, say for one ludicrous moment you're right. If you knew, why didn't you say anything? Why go to all the trouble of composing substitute sounds when you knew I had it in me all the time? You finally got my support. I was here for you, wasn't I?
I worked for years, Mel, to find a means of producing an alternative sound. Or a way of getting that sound from you, copying it in some way, from your implant or the machine without...
Without what?
Without asking you to listen to the sound and perform it as you hear it.
I'm no performer. But if it was the sound we were looking for, I'd have given it a go.
Don't you understand, Mel? I couldn't. The story of the ancients has a final chapter. The one chosen to deliver the sound will die once it's been performed. It's the necessary sacrifice that protects the Earth from the sphere's cord.
Sir, Jason's at the airport and we've got the score. The machine's learning its protocol. Once complete, there's nothing they can throw at us that we can't deal with.
How long until transmission?
10 minutes to the end of conjunction. System error, sir.
What kind of error?
The score's final sound. It's not right. Maybe Mel kept one sound back.
Or Jason did. Perhaps he made a deal with Mel to sell us a dummy.
Chances are he took the bait like we did.
But we're in trouble if Mel still has a copy of the complete score. Can we fix ours?
We're searching for a match for the final sound. Once the machine has it, we'll be ready.
The conjunction will soon pass.
The drive will soon expire.
It's odd, isn't it? Funny, if you like. How the thing you've ignored becomes the one thing that really matters. Look how many years music meant nothing to me. There must be some kind of law relating to that.
Only sod's law, Mel.
Isn't there another way?
I'm sorry, Mel. I never wanted it to come to this.
I die, or all sound is lost forever. Not much of a choice, is it?
Now you know. It's up to you, Mel.
What would Mum have done? She exposed herself to a virus trying to save lives. Is that what's expected of me?
She was strong, Mel.
She was brave. Always.
And you are, too.
Sacrifice. Seems to be written in our genes, doesn't it?
Sometimes life's theme plays out differently for some of us.
Okay. What do I need to do?
Can you remember the pitch, the tinnitus?
The drive's going down. Stay with me, Dad.
I'm with you, Mel.
Any luck?
We've got a sound match and a 4-minute window before we lose the conjunction. One more test to be certain.
How long will it take?
30 seconds.
Proceed. Then transmit to the spheres.
Drive. Maintain backup systems. Levant? Levant?
Can you remember the pitch of the tinnitus?
Can I ever forget it?
There's still space on the drive. Sing it, record it, place the material, and transmit.
I have it. I'm ready.
Let's hear it.
I never thought I'd hear you sing again. You haven't done that since you were a child. Do you remember what I used to call you? You never liked it. By your full name?
Melody. Didn't you once say the one greatest thing is music? Take everything else away, but music will still be inside us.
Sing, Mel.
Goodbye, Dad. Go ahead. Record.
Recording. Rearranging material. This drive will terminate at the end of transmission. Goodbye, Mel.
Status.
The machine's loading our revised score. Reading. Learning. Classified safe. We're ready.
Transmit Project Eclipse.
Transmitting.
Transmitting score.
Dated August the 12th, 2103. Don't forget, Mel. We'll meet again. I'll be recording the sounds of the solar winds. I love you, Melody. I was always proud of you. Drive terminated.
Project Eclipse error, sir.
Try again.
Sir, they've retransmitted. Half a second ahead of us. All filters have been bypassed.
Can't you block it and transmit Project Eclipse to the spheres?
We're trying, but they got there first.
Use override.
No response. They're locked onto the sphere's cord.
What about Mel? Get me Peters.
Connected.
Peters, get to Mel. She's transmitting. Stop her at all costs.
Sir, we found her. She's dead.
Bring the body back. All of it. We don't want any scramblers making her a martyr. Put the word out, she's working for us. Out.
Sir, monitoring harmony of the sphere's cord. The machine is transmitting their score to the spheres. Monitoring. It's modulating the sphere's chord. Too late. They've done it. The sphere's harmony is changing. She shifted their vibrations 1 second before the end of conjunction.
No! Block it!
It's set.
Set? How can it be? Look at the technology we've got.
It's over. We can't do anything. Not until the next conjunction of Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter.
When's that?
Give or take a few days. It's
what?
Completing my calculations, it's 1,000 years.
What took you so long?
I had to save the Earth, clean my teeth, and check on the human race.
And?
They're on speaking terms, east and west. And the government? Out on its ear. The new lot caught up with Jason in double quick time. In any case, how could I have found you any quicker? You never mentioned which planets you'd be collecting sounds on.
I definitely did. Neptune, fastest winds in the system. I said...
Shh. Listen.
What is it?
Nothing. Isn't that great? No tinnitus. Just the sound of solar winds and...
And what?
You were right. Take everything away, and music is still inside us.
That's good. Maybe you're ready for me to fill in a few gaps in your musical knowledge. What kind of music is it?
Someone had to benefit from Jason's amazing collection of music. Ever heard of Elton John?
No.
Goodbye Yellow Brick Road from 1973. Harmony.